Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the PiGosaur Monday, number 27, your weekly dose of PiGosaur Monday action. I'm, of course, your side VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in the chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome, one and all. To a very stacked open bracket. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is stacked. The bracket is insane. We have players like Clem, we have herO, we have MaxPax, we have ByuN, we have Cure, we have Creator, and many, many more. But we have our first series. We have our first top 2 players. Papi, how could we resist? We have our initial TVT. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Sandworm, we have the purple Terran player. We have the purple Terran from Peru. El Peruano, papi, for Xeratus Esports. It is Davo, aka Papo, aka Davito. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the Canadian Terran player, the teal Terran. Ooh, opening up 2x Reaper. It's for ByuN. It is Greenert. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our first matchup of the night. Of course, we were unfortunately unable to feature Davito over the weekend. For those that are curious, for those that are unaware, for those that didn't watch, shame on you. I recommend the VODs of the HSL, the Hispanic StarCraft League. It was amazing. It was beautiful. The assets, the graphics, the hype video as well. The matches themselves. It was a solid weekend of StarCraft. Davo was competing in it, but we weren't able to cover his matches. Unfortunately, we did miss them, and now we're able to make up for that. We're able to make up for that and cover it here and now on the channel in the PiGosaur Monday. Let's go, let's go. He's going to be up against Greenert. Greenert, of course, is an NA competitor, is an NA ladder hero, has been likewise very active when it comes to the online open cup scene, and I would say he's quite comparable in skill, maybe even favored in this matchup. I say that just because Davito, he is very out of practice. If Davo was in form, I would favor him 100%. We mentioned at the time who was the first Reaper is getting a quota already. Greenert has to get the hell out of here. Oh my god. Hit Davo did get the first shot off. Greener's forced all the way back. He is not going to escape. The Reaper does fall, but bearing in mind, it's 2x Reaper. Greenert, he's supposed to have a higher Reaper count. He's supposed to overwhelm the Reapers of Davo. He's supposed to snowball out of control, but losing the first Reaper is a huge blow, and this will slow Greenert down. Ay. But we spoke about this during the HSL, how a lot of the Latin American players did retire. They all stepped away from the game. They didn't compete. Davo, for example, he hadn't competed in 2 years. It's been 2 years since he last competed in StarCraft, and then bam, he came back for the HSL. Juanito was also inactive. Vortex, of course, for many even more years. Bombilla and many others were all inactive, weren't competing anymore, but they came back for HSL, and now we see Davo back again, even playing in the PiGosaur Monday for the first time. Period. So it's great to see Davo here once again. We just see Greener setting up here with his Reapers stuck in the main base. He does have a plethora of Reapers here, and we do see Davo. He will delay the CC, but he gets surrounded. He gets caught out. That's a one-way trip. Davo, he is pinned here in the corner of the map in the natural. Hellion goes down, and Davo, can he trade? He picks up 1 Reaper, but he will lose everything else. Or at least he should. Yeah. So 2 Reapers, 1 Hellion for 1 Reaper towards the end there, so not the best trade from Davo. He does delay the CC, true, and now he's aware that we have Reapers coming his way. Back at home, what do we have? We have Widowmine setting up. Cyclone is in production, but the Cyclone only just began, so Davo, he is vulnerable. He's vulnerable, he is exposed. Do see Greenert rotating over. Again, trying to get an eye on any kind of saturation, pick them off if at all possible as well. Rotating, just keeping up. Tapo, sí, el tapo. Not to be confused with el pato. But we love it. We love it. It's true. Greener, he's on patrol. Likewise, behind this, going into a 2-1-1. So 2-Rax Reaper into 2-1-1 makes plenty of sense here. So really fast stim out of Greener. The downside of this build is that this will delay his tank production as we're going for an add-on swap. So 0 tank production for an extended period of time. This does put a lot of pressure on the stim timing of Greener to get damage done. Meanwhile, Thavo is going for a more traditional form of mech, going to Raven tank. So bio tank here out of Thavo even, building up his tanks, building up his Ravens, getting into interference matrix as well. This is a more stock standard playstyle, and he has to be very careful not to be caught out on the map. Remember, the stim timing can be brutal, especially if Thavo gets caught out of position. Cyclone breaks out, does shut down the initial Reapers. Reaper's going to be picked up. A nice big sphere from Thavo. Ooh, and he does move out. This is a bold move here from our purple Terran player. As I mentioned before, like ideally Greener, he does want to fight out in the open. He does want to catch this unsieged, but Greener, he doesn't see the move out. Stim is finishing, but this is not lined up correctly here. Stim is done, but Medevacs are still not here. They're still a couple of seconds off, and that is giving Thavo time to move out and to push. Oh boy. It's gonna be very intense. There we go. We have the double drop. Rushing through the army, gets caught out. Oh, full medevac! Oh my god, full medevac does go down. Ay, ay, ay. And with that, Greener, he gets completely caught off guard. Sim is done, but the bio army cut it in half, and Thavo is going for the kill, going for the throat. Bunker is going to be able to fill up. Tank getting within range. Boys are being pulled. Greener getting Jasper at the mine shot. Oh no! Mine shot on the bio. Nice split towards the end. It does avoid the splash damage. And Thavo, he's going to be cleaned up, but he will get 17 SCVs in the process. The Ravens, they will escape, but again, the damage is brutal, and Greener, he's all in. At this point, he's down heavily in workers here, down 17 SCVs. He has to counterattack, he has to do something across the map here. Thavo, meanwhile, back at home, 30 TC. That's a very fast third TC off of a 1-1-1. Very greedy build here from Thavo. Is this too greedy? Has he cut too many corners? Is this third TC too much? Now he has 1 tank. He's got a couple of Vikings. He's got 0 Marines. That's, again, my concern. It's 1 tank. It's 1 tank. Some of the Vikings, they can land, I suppose. We can maybe throw down an auto turret. This is the army right now. There we go. Second tank has arrived. We have Stim on the way. We need Marines as quickly as possible as Greener is pushing in. Again, there's so much pressure on Greener to get damage done, but he doesn't go for it. He's getting a third CC. Ooh, Greener, he's not going for the all-in. He's not going for the all-in. He is expanding behind this, which means Greener, he might not push. And if he doesn't push, he doesn't punish. Yeah, Greener, he pulls away. He pulls away. There was a window. There was a timing here where Greener could punish Thavo 100%. Instead, going for a Doom Drop. But again, this is delayed. So delayed Doom Drop into the main base. Thavo, he has 1 tank in position. He does have Vikings. Oh god, no! They get a full medevac. Full medevac goes down. Massive pickoff. Ay, ay, ay. More Vikings diving in. Boys are being pulled. Autos get thrown down. And Thavo, he will hold. He will hold. He will shut this down. Oof. He will lose 15 SCVs in the process, but he does clean up the army. Cleans up the army. His own 30C is already done. Now, the worker counts are evening up. That is true. But as the dust settles, Thavo, he has a much faster third CC and a third orbital, so he can make 3 workers at a time. He has triple mule production. Look at the army sizes themselves. Again, a massive Viking lead here for Thavo as well. What he's lacking really is Bio, is Marines. But he's got his 3 Raxes. Did I say 3? Getting up to 5. 5 Raxes here for Thavo. Greener landing his own base on location. I would argue that Thavo's third base is late. That is true. I mean, it was built earlier and he was able to make use of it, but he does need to land that as quickly as possible. Greener's moving out once again. Does have a decent sized army to make use of. And again, his advantage is his Marine production, or his Marine count. Moving out. Greener looking for the expansion, looking for the third base. He's now moving in. Thavo trying to secure himself. Greener even getting an upgraded lead, going to 1-1. 1-1 upgrades at halfway. Oh, no, never mind. Thavo's already working on 2-2. So, some of my apologies. Thavo does have the upgrade lead. Greener, he's looking for a way in to get spotted. And Greener is spotted. Thavo, he rotates, he responds. That's a lot of Vikings. Thavo even going for his own drop at the same time. And he is barely going to be spotted. Greener, does he notice? I don't think he did. The Marine did spot the drop. Thavo, he unloads. Back at home, there is a tank in position. Greener, he should be fine. He should be okay here. Yeah, there's a scan. That's what he sees. He's parked outside. Oh, dropping into the main. Does boost in. Again, he still has that upgrade advantage. Going for the middle line. Oh, doesn't quite get the medevac. Medevac does get away in time. Likewise, going for the E-Bays. +1 will finish. Gets one. That was going to be cleaned up. He's going to be cleaned up. Is forced back. Last does kill another medevac. Trying to escape. He will delay 2-2. He has only +2 is on the way. +2 attack even. So that was still in a better position. His supply does reflect that. He's had the better economy with extra mules. Likewise, has a larger army as well. Now, Greener still has potential. When it comes to TVT, you can still outposition your opponent. You can try to catch your opponent unsieged or catch a bit of a better angle of attack. So Greener, he can still pull this off. As he rotates. Davil pushing right down mid. So far, they do miss each other. Davil knocking down those rooks. Greener, he just completely bypasses the main army. And who hits first? There's a scan. Greener, he sees how juicy that expansion is. He wants it. He's going for the third base. Davil is going to be late to respond, late to push into the third base of his opponents. But we're going for the base trade. Drop into the main. Ooh, oh my god, if medevac goes down. Yeah, both medevacs should fall. At the same time, Davil pushing between the bases. Yeah, stims into the third base. Takes down the tanks, takes down the expansion. At the same time, pushing into the natural with the base trade. We just commit. We just send it, Bappy. We just send it. Oh my god. Davil trying to hold on to the main. And there's nothing at home. Yeah, Greener, he has nothing back at home. He does have submarines rally back in. Turret goes off. Davil, he just stims up the rib, and he will kill everything in the main. Yeah, GG gets called. Davil, he breaks that main base back at home. Davil, he defends, and Davito will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Davil does take a lead. Again, a very intense, very back and forth. For the most part, Davil, he did have the advantage for the majority of this game. There was potential for Greeners, but a couple of key missteps, a couple of key mistakes. I'm referring to Greeners losing his first Reaper. Remember, it was 2x Reaper, and he lost the first Reaper, so he never really got to get into his opener. From the early game, he fell behind. He fell behind with that. We did see the 2-on-1 timing, which also was a little bit blundered. If you remember, as Greener pushed out with his 2-on-1, it was delayed, but the full medevac got sniped. So then he lost 17 SCVs defending. Like, it was just a really rough start for Greenert, and unfortunately he was unable to recover. He was able to get a drop off in the main and did kill 15 SCVs, which was nice, but the reality is Davil was mining more for longer. Like, in that period of time before those SCVs had been killed, Davil, he still was enjoying a greater economy that led into better upgrades, that led into a higher Viking count, a larger main army as well, and just a greater game state there for Davil. GG, well played with that. We're now getting into game number 2. Now I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping for an ace match, but the pressure is now on Greenert to bring it back. Let's go. Here we go as we are getting into game 2. Game 2 is going to be, on Persephone. Let's go. But if I call with his pants down, not again, the pants. Oh no. They're all animals, Pack. They're all animals. Pull the pants up. So getting into game 2. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the Peruvian Terran player. The purple Terran leading the series 1-0, representing Xeritus Esports. It is Davil. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the teal Terran player, the Canadian Terran, representing ByuN. It is Greenert. He's ByuN. Let's go. ByuN, of course, a very old school team in the American region. We even have our own history with ByuN as well, of course. They were the OG champions of the Pondcast of the OPL, which was the Oceanic Pond League back in the day. Let's go. And I remember with their earnings, they did actually get all their teammates a bunch of mugs with the with the Podcast logo. Sorry, I keep saying Podcast with the Oceanic Pond League logo, with the OPL. Good times, good times. Of course, Greenert, he's a newer addition to ByuN, but regardless, much love to ByuN nonetheless. That was like back in like 2021 or something. So it's been many years since the OPL. But good times, good times. As we do have our initial double gas opener. Double gas opener here out of Greenert, double gas opener out of Tavo as well. So far so good. To open up double gas. Likewise, Greenert will be from here going for a faster factory, delayed CC, both players are, and we'll see what this leads into. If this goes into committed Reaper Hellion, for example, this can lead into early tank production, this can lead into early Banshee play in TVT, which is also viable as well. We have options. Where are we headed? Where are we going? Where are we going? Oh, as we said, this is your big shout to herO in the chat. Buenas noches, papi. Buenas noches. Good to see you. Good to see you, herO, as always. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session as well. herO, ¿cuándo vas a jugar? ¿Cuándo vas a jugar en PiGosaur Monday? When are you gonna play, man? When are you gonna play? Regardless, gracias. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. For those that are tuning in, this is the PiGosaur Monday. This is, of course, a weekly open tournament, and we are in the first round. We're still here in the round of 32, so early hours here of the broadcast. Yo sé que es la madrugada en Italia. True. Es la madrugada. Es como que la una la dos de la mañana. Ay. I know it's quite late. I know it's quite late in Europe. Quite late. I understand. Regardless, thank you. Hope you had a good time. As for now, 2:30. Oh my god, 2:30 a.m. in the morning. Jesus, get some sleep. You're all animals. Get some sleep. As the CC is going to be delayed, so not a bad pick off here by Greenert. Does lay the CC. Meanwhile, building back up. And moving out. Now, Greenert, in the process, did lose 2 Reapers. So he lost 2 Reapers for that economic damage. The damage was good, but now it's time for the counterattack, right? Now it's time for Tavo to move out, to hit that natural. CC still on the way. Cyclone, likewise, is lying in wait. CC is going to be delayed, but the Cyclone does get a lock on. Oh, does lock on. Lock on is broken. Delay continues. It's like 7 a.m. my time. It's 10:30 in the morning here. It's only Tuesday morning. That's always what's funny. It's PiGosaur Mondays on Tuesdays, at least for certain areas in the world, including Pig's area of the world, which is also what's funny. So always mention casting the PiGosaur Monday on a Tuesday. Let's go. As Greenert, he is setting up here on the low ground. Again, even though his CC was delayed, overall he still has a better position, so slightly ahead in workers, building up on 2 bases, getting his own bio up and running. Meanwhile, we do see the same setup from Tavo as last game, going into bio tank, into interference matrix, Raven productions, just like game number 1. It's Greenert who's mixing it up here. Now, this time he doesn't go into a 2-1-1, this time there's no early stim, but he is moving out with an early drop. Ooh. Does move out with the early drop. He's got 2 Cyclones and a medevac. This is a very expensive drop, so he has to be very careful with this. Doesn't want to lose it, doesn't want to throw it away. I was warming up my TFT ladder. So god damn it. Esteri, hold on. I have to reply to this. God damn it. He does play a lot of TFT now. You're not wrong. Esteri. You're like, it's 3 a.m. in the morning. It's prime TFT time. God damn it. Here we go. Greenert, he rotates over towards the main. Picking up a Depot. I mean, so far, really good pickups here by Greenert. Getting a Reaper here and there, getting a Depot as well. Looking at the install sap here, he's gotten 3 Reapers, a Depot, extra SCVs. Like, much more efficient pickups here by Greenert. All it took was game 1 for Greener to really get into gear. Meanwhile, Tavo, the pressure is on. And what does he do? Fast third TC. Very fast third command center here from Tavito. So rushing into a third base, so we'll see if he gets away with it. Meanwhile, Greener's back at home is getting into a greater production setup. He has not researched interference matrix though. I think that's a bit of an oversight. Like in TVT, to open up Raven like this, but to not have the matrix is a little bit of an oddity. I mean, Ravens, they still have value with auto turrets, 100%. As Cyclones, they pick up another depot. Tavo, he doesn't flinch. He's like, kill the depot. I don't even care. Tavo moves out. He's ready with his disables. There's no counter disables available here for Greener, but again, he does have auto turrets. And that will buy time. Speaking of, auto turrets are going to be thrown down. Ooh, Ravens do fall. Brutal pickoffs. As Greener, he will lose every single Raven to the auto turrets. Ay, ay, ay. That's 2 Ravens going down. Tavo has a massive Raven lead. Now, he doesn't have the energy here for a disable, that is true, but he does have an auto turret. He has 1. Likewise, he maintains his tank position. But now Tavo, he can just back up. Yeah, at this point, he can just back. Oh my god, calm down. He pulls away. Greener looking to chase. Right now, there's value in Tavo just getting back home. If he gets back home, if he repairs his Ravens, if he gathers energy for matrixes, for disables, he'll have a massive advantage in this next fight. For now, though, still being active. Both players are. Oh. Greener, he does move down to the low ground. Tavo, he does bypass the main army. He gets spotted. He gets spotted. Greener doesn't turn around. Base trade. No. He was right next door, by the way, but now we're going for the base trade. Greener, he commits here towards the natural. Tavo commits into the natural as well. We're going full base trade at this point. The bunker does buy some time. We gotta set. We gotta go in. We gotta go in, pappy. Let's disable on the tank. Still gets 2 volleys off at the same time. Greener, he just stims in and does dives right into the main. And both players are hurting. Who comes out on top of this base trade? That's the real question here. Okay, there's 1 tank. There's 1 tank in the main base for Tavo. Meanwhile, there's 1 tank in the main for Greener. Tank does pull back. But there are Ravens, and they do disable. Yeah, they disable Tavo. He's just going for the kill. Second tank has arrived for Tavo. Is he within range of the tank? He's with the auto turrets. 1 volley goes off. 1 tank shot. Liberation has arrived. Oh, there's Vikings though. There's Liberation, but the Vikings have arrived. They zone away the Liberators. And Tavo, he's got this. Again, Tavo with 2 tanks here with Vikings behind the mineral line. Tavo, he can protect his buildings. Liberators, they move out. Oof. Another tank under fire. CC's being hunted down. And Tavo, he should not lose his buildings. Like, these buildings, they should survive. I can't say the same, though, for the buildings of Greener because of all these Vikings. Yeah, Vikings, they chase down the buildings. There's a handful of Marines left. 1-1 is on the way for both players. Tavo should be lifting his buildings. Yeah, does lift his buildings. Does pull away, and GG gets called. The writing was on the wall, and Tavo, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the round of 16. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations here. Congratulations to Tavo for taking the series 2-0. A very intense back and forth. Game 1 was more in favor of Tavo, but game 2 was very close. To be honest, like I would say that Greener, he was taking these better trades, these better engagements up until he lost the Ravens. True, that was like a big factor, a big moment. But Greener, he was even the first player to initiate the base trade. Like, he was the first player to get into the main as well, but he wasn't able to snipe those tanks. We did see that those Ravens were a big factor for Tavo in his success for breaking into the main base with those non-stop auto turrets and disables as well. Did make it easier for Tavo to break those siege lines and to get further into the main. Meanwhile, Greener did lose his Ravens early on, so he didn't have that complexity to his army, didn't have that support, did make it more difficult for him to actually get that base trade up and running. Even though he was the first to get in, he wasn't able to really take full control of the main. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Tavo, he will claim the series, and we are now getting ready for our next matchup here. We're going to be following Tavo into the next round. Let's go. Let us go as exclamation mark be in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. Let us catch up and figure out what the hell's going on, where we're headed, and catch up on the brackets. Oh my god, as we do have some updates here. We have Antonio. Oh my god, Antonio is up against Mikayas in the first round. Oh no, Pecoeta. Pessoa. Oh, Pessoa. They're facing off in the first round. Why does it look like we have two Latin American players like facing off in the first round? Winner goes up against Clem in the next round. Meanwhile, Hapsai takes on Master 1. Big win for Hapsai. That was a short series. I imagine Cheese was involved there, but a big win there for Hapsai nonetheless. Waiting for the winner of Clem, Antonio, and Mikayas. Is that an I or an L? Yeah, Mikayas. Yeah. Scoring down, Epic takes down Chao Bidao up against Nicorect in the next round in a TVT. Meanwhile, Cure is waiting for the winner of Pig and Bomyalja. Cure takes down Hunter Swarm 2-0. ByuN takes down Stek. Rebellion does go down to Loyalists. Wait a minute. That's crazy. Is that a 2-0 or is that a walkover? That's what I want to know. Ay, Rebellion, he's heavily favored in that series. That's a big win there for Lolis. Very impressive, very well done. Scrolling down a little bit further here, we have a herO. herO takes on Bobek, and herO is up against Tavo in the next round. That is our next series. That is where we are headed next. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have MaxPax. Oh wait, sorry, we have Geralt. Geralt is up against Patches in the next round. MaxPax up against Apple Juice in the next round. Apple Juice to wait. Hold on. So Loyalist takes down Rebellion and Apple Juice takes down Inexorable. That's crazy. That is crazy. Creator takes the 2-0 over Mudkip, and Mute takes down Zurel as well. Some more expected matchups there, but yeah, very some crazy results. Some very impressive play. GG, well played. As we get ready for our next matchup, again, we're going to be following Tavo into herO, into that TVP. Here we go. God damn it. Alright, we're setting up. We're settling in. And Veto's underway. So just catching up with the chat. Inexorable. Hey. Inexorable, he's amazing, man. He's amazing. But yeah, knocked down the first round was big upset there. Much love to Inexorable. So I said to Tavo, I'm gonna follow you into herO, Pap. He's like, stay with me. He will destroy me. Oh, no. I believe in you, Tavo. I believe in you. Let's go. Hold on, I gotta funada some people in the chat. Apparently that's the second time. I have to. Alright, from here we are going to be settling in, and it looks like we have some downtime. We have a little bit of downtime while Vitas are underway, and once we catch back up, we will be getting into our next series, our next round. So take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and we'll be back soon here with our next matchup with herO versus Tavo. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the round of 16. Round 16 here at the PiGosaur Monday number 27. We have our fresh matchup. We have our TVP, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Talisman, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss. Representing his new team, representing Twisted Minds, it is herO. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Peruvian Terran player, the Purple Terran, representing Xerxes Esports. It is Davido. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is? It is Gamma time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat, as we do have a fresh best of 3. And coming into this, of course, herO, he is favored to win the entire tournament. One of the favorites to go all the way and they go the distance and to just win it all. Meanwhile, Davido, he's now coming in as more of a retiree. Like, he took a long hiatus, if not retirement, from the game. He was gone for years, but now he is here. He is back. HSL brought him back in, dragged him back into the ring, and we'll see how he compares. We'll see what he has in store for us here against herO. What do you have for us? What do you got? Let's go. Let us go. As we do move out across the map. Interesting. Also, welcome one and all to Talisman. Talisman is one of the quirkier maps in the map pool. We do see here that we have a hybrid base, which you can take as a natural, but Davo, he does set up for a proxy across the map. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, so we do have so far one gas back at home. Rax is complete. Do we go for a proxy second Rax? Do we go for a factory? What is the plan? What are we going for? What are we going for? As you can see here at Davo, he does have enough for an expansion. And he does go for an economic opener. Single gas Rax expand. SCV is on patrol, but so far not making use of it yet. Not making use of it. So just calming down. Standard economic opener. Likewise, herO doing the same, going for a gate cyber into Nexus. So far so good. And there it is. It's going to be a proxy factory. Okay. Interesting. So proxy factory, standard opener here out of Davo with a twist here towards the end. With this proxy factory, we'll see what we go for. This could just be proxy Hellion into Hellion drop into the main base. Fun fact, I was joking with Davo earlier. He was like, Papi, he's gonna destroy you. I'm like, proxy tank. But I feel like if you're gonna proxy tank, it would be off of a 1-1-1. Like, you do it without the CC. So I'm leaning towards Hellion drop. That would make the most sense in my mind. Would make the most sense. As the factory is done. Oh my god, never mind. Second factory? Give us a tech. Let's go, proxy tank. Now, this is not the way that I assumed he would do it. In my mind, it would be like a 1-1-1 with a proxy factory with a starport into like tank like Viking or tank Liberator to move in across the map. But this is its own flavor here. Double factory. I mean, this could be even like battle mech with Cyclone, but no, there we go. Tankers on the way. Unfortunately, he is struggling back at home. The boys are being pulled. We're trying to hold on and maintain that main base. Marines are under fire. There's no bunker. The Marines are being targeted down one after the other, and Davo, he is struggling to defend because most stalkers are rocking up. And here he opens up Twilight Council into Dark Shrine, and I think that's almost an instant GG here. Like, Davo, he only has 1 CC, he only has 1 scan available at a time. Like, he doesn't have that much energy here. DTs are going to be amazing here. As Davo, he does not complete his CC. The tank is out. Are we going double tank production? We can't afford that. We cannot afford this. We could. Meanwhile, the proxy is right next door. We have the proxies right next to each other. Right next to each other here. Factories and the gateways. CC's heavily delayed. You can see, yep, Davo is going double tank. He can barely squeeze out that second tank. Barely. Oh, no. There's a cancellation of the CC. Throwing down 2 more Vaxes. But here he's already breaking in, and here these stalkers are overwhelmed. Like, without bunkers, without tanks back at home, like, there's nothing here to defend. There's nothing to work with. Again, the tanks, the proxy's too late. It's just such a late proxy here. By the time it hits, I mean, the damage has already been done, and here comes our first DT. Tanks, they waddle in. They head for the pylon. They can target it down. True. They can target down the pylon. DTs have arrived. Boys are being put against us around. Can he get the stalkers? He's trying. He gets 1. No, he doesn't get it. tanks to get into the mid line, but there's a defensive DT, and where's the scan? He doesn't have one. Doesn't have a scan. Doesn't have it available. He started stepping away. He has one scan. He has one. He has one. No, no. He will lose all the tanks. That's gonna be it. That's gonna be it. That's gonna be everything falling here. He gets 15 SCVs across the maps, 15 probes even, but GG gets called, and herO, he will take game number 1. GG. Who proxies 2 tanks? That was proxy double factory. That was crazy. God. Ay. Proxy double tank. Unfortunately, it just took a little bit too long to really get going. It took too long to really get underway. Because that herO, he was able to apply pressure before Tavo, and boy, oh boy, was that a lot of pressure. Was that a lot of damage dealt? And with that, herO takes the lead in the series, and now we are getting ready for game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. Yo, bombilla, papi. Papi, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Hace años, papi, hace años. Good to see you, good to see you. I'm assuming you're El Bombilla from not too long ago. Yeah. Bombilla. Good to see you, good to see you. It was great to see you in the HSL. Great to see you. Always. Always the same, always. Kappa. But yeah, I'm always here for my boys, papi. Always. Para Tavito. Siempre. Ojalá que te veo en la próxima HSL. Ojalá. But yeah, we did recently have our HSL, of course, over the weekend, and we were saying earlier how it did bring back a lot of retired players. Bombilla is one of them. Bombilla, he hadn't competed since like 2022 or something. Like it was years since the last time Bombilla competed. But he did come back to us for the HSL. It was amazing. It was beautiful. Who else going to call Lipo? Oh, no. But here we go, we're getting into our next game, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Last Fantasy, we have our red Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss leading the series 1-0, and we'll see if he can close it out here and now and make it to the next round. It is herO. Always competing whenever I can. Oh, okay, oh, let's go. Whenever I can't. Fair enough. And in the bottom right hand corner we have the Peruvian Terran player, the purple Terran representing Exeritus Esports. It is Tavo. Here we go. Oh, yelled me in the chat. Oh no. Calm down, baby, calm down. As for now, we are going to be getting into the rest of our series here. Welcome one and all to Last Fantasy. Welcome one and all. Last Fantasy, of course, is a 3-player spawn map. You can spawn in top side, left side, and right-hand side as well. So there are 3 possible spawn locations, and from here we can head in different directions. We can unfold. Something that we have found out that has been a very prevalent kind of feature of Last Fantasy is how defensive you can be. Even though it's a 3-player spawn map, so there's some RNG factors involved, the choke points here are brutal. There's so many choke points, so many cliff faces as well. Likewise, another choke point here, another narrow ramp. We have seen many a Terran player turtle successfully and defend successfully here, getting up to 1, getting up to 2, getting up to 3, up to almost 4 bases, and then moving out. So we've seen a lot of successful defensive play here. We casted, of course, MaxPax versus Clem last night, and no, sorry, it was Clem versus herO. Clem versus herO last night. And Clem, he had a lot of success when it came to making use of the terrain and getting into the main base. Sorry, I think it was his series against MaxPax even, where he was able to just outposition and use the terrain against the Protoss, and it was really impressive. Just really impressive to see Clem popping up. As Tavo, he does scouts, he does confirm that herO, he is not in position. Not in the main, not towards the top side. Likewise, herO going for his own standard opener, does go for the hallucinations, and he will fan out his probes looking for his opponent. Now, for those that are unaware, a hallucinated probe, as you can see here, spawns in 4 probes, not 1. So it's a really cool way to kind of get more scouting than usual, as you can fan out with extra hallucinations. You can see here, he's looking for proxies. After game 1, I don't blame him. Remember, Tavo, he went proxy double factory, double tank, which was crazy. And here the hallucination lasts all the way until the bases. Here he confirms that Davo he is not towards the top side, and he confirms Davo's actual spawn location. So hallucinations they do confirm. They're behind this Twilight Council opener out of herO. Davo going to be going for a much more standard opener instead. Oh, as the Reaper does go down. Massive pickoff. herO he's on the way. We go. That's herO he does move out. Does push. Behind this, Davo he's trying to build himself up. Alas, no safety bunker on the low ground. Going into reactor Hellion production. Going into the mech. He's got 2 more factories on the way. Damn it. Neo, is that you? Este Neo. He's meching it up against Protoss, a rare sight. But Hellions are going to struggle. Very nice force field. Force field here on the ramp. Locking down the Hellions. Getting 1, getting 2 Hellion kills. There's 1 Hellion left, at least on the low ground. And it's going to go down. Oof, brutal pickoffs. They're losing 3 Hellions. And again, Hellions, they just can't fight this head on. The Stalkers are just too tanky. Another Stalker has arrived. herO is looking to double out of control. And Davo, without Cyclones, without tanks, without anything else, he is struggling. As he will lose control of the low ground. We have Hellion tank production on the way. CC going to be forced back. Davo, he has to float back. Trying to maintain himself, does have the tank on the high ground. He does survive here on 1 base at least, but behind this herO, he's freely expanding, freely mining. Oh. Getting to his own blink. Robo, triple gate setup. Did I say triple? Quadruple, as he has 4 gateways back at home. Prism is on the way. He's going for 4 gate blink. Hyper aggression here from herO. And again, Davo, he is in trouble. Now Davo, he's going mass tank. He's trying to fortify himself. But can he survive this many Stalkers this early on? That's the big problem here. If given time, if herO was more passive, then 100% Davo, he can build up and he can secure himself. But there's just so much pressure coming in. herO, he confirms all the factories. He does see. More tanks are building up. herO, how does he approach this? Oh, the Hellbats morph in. They hit a buffer. More Stalkers have arrived. herO, he can always just bypass this army and go into the main. And the main base is exposed. Up. herO, he doesn't care. He just goes in. Oh my god. He blinks it forward. He gets 1. Takes out 1 tank. The other tanks are too far back. Out of vision. Out of range. Yeah, the other tank's barely out of range. Gas guys is going to be going down. Davo pushing forward. Oh. herO, he does blink out. Does pull away. Davo, he does hold. He's holding. Drop into the main. Tanks. There's no tanks in the main. Yeah, no tanks covering the production. SCVs are going down. herO, he could be successful if he just rotates everything into the main base. Regardless, SCVs are falling. Getting 6 SCV kills. herO, he pulls out. Davo, calm down. Cálmate, papi, cálmate. Getting to +1. herO back into the main. And behind this, going for another big gateway explosion. We have charge on the horizon. herO, he wants to break his opponent. As herO, he delays his 3rd base in favor of extra gateways. herO's moving in. Charge is almost done. As Zealots have arrived. More Zealots warping in. And this will be a way to kind of break this position, to tank those tank shots, to buffer. Zealots are coming in from behind. Oh, diving into the main. Some awkward engagement here from herO. He will get 1 of the tanks, but just 1. Oh god, he will lose everything. Nice defense. Nice defense so far. Takes down all the Zealots, takes down the Stalkers as well. herO overextends. As I mentioned, he would be more successful if he had like centralized or concentrated his forces in one area, in one location. We're now splitting up. Yo, the Thor is here. Blinks on in, takes down the tank. Very nice snipe. Moving away. Blinks out of the main. Stores are amassing for Tavo. More zealots warping in. The SimCity here is brutal as Tavo he has fully walled off this area. But here he's going for it. He doesn't care. Yeah, he commits in. There's only 2 tanks. Blinks on 4, takes out 1. He gets 1. Going for the other. He bleeds out a lot of stalkers in the process. Barely gets a tank. And he just takes out the mineral line. The mineral line goes down. Thor falls as well. Tavo, he's down to the final Thor. He gets targeted by the Immortal. And Tavo, he cannot hold on. Not anymore. The CC, it's going to go down. As force field on the ramp. Command center is going to be targeted. Oof. And Tavo, he's down to 1 tank. Down to 1 tank remaining. Now, it wasn't clean, it wasn't easy, it wasn't pretty here, but here he does break through nonetheless. He just brute forces his way through the natural into the main base. Boys are being pulled, GG gets called, and herO, he will claim the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. Ooh, GG, well played. herO, he will claim the series, will advance on. Again, herO, he did come in as the favorite player, but a big shout out to Tavo because Tavito, he played very, very well making it this far, and likewise did have some cheeky builds against herO, both in game 1 and in game 2. Reminder, game 1, he went for a proxy double factory, proxy double tank. It was crazy what we saw in game 1. Game 2, we had attempted mech out of Tavo. Unfortunately, early on, he was only relying on Hellions, and he got punished. He lost a lot of Hellions early on. He lost control of his natural early on as well. It was just a really, really shaky start for Tavo. We saw that herO, he was overly aggressive, but he could afford to be. He could afford to be aggressive. He had the economic lead over his opponent, so it wasn't the most clean or efficient play there by herO, but he could get away with it. Could get away with it. GG. GG, well played. That's from here. We're getting to our next game. Neo, he's a Peruvian Terran player. Peruvian Terrans are mad, dude. Just simple madness. Están loco, papi. Están loco. Los peruanos. Ay, ay, ay. Hola, papo. Saludos de Chile. Ah, saludos, saludos. Bienvenidos. Bienvenidos, papi. That's the reason mech is not available versus TOS. I mean, you can play mech versus TOS. It is not common. It is niche. It is difficult. But, you know, we've seen players like ByuN, like even players like Clem, even players like Maru, Gumiho more famously. Like, they go crazy every now and then. Some Terrans more than others, right? Like Gumiho and ByuN, I feel like are more prominently and more prevalently playing mech. But every now and then, you know, you got your Maru with like a cheeky like double cyclone build or something that he mixes in. Not as common, of course, not as common. But with that, GG. GG, well played. With that, let's switch our scenes over and catch up on the brackets and figure out where we are and where we are headed. Let's go. As from the top, we do have our next series already. Oh my god, we have our next series, we have our next matchup. This is going to be herO versus Geralt. Geralt takes down Patches 2-0, so it's going to be a PvP between our South Korean Protoss and our Polish Protoss player. Scrolling down, another PvP. Creator takes down Mute 2-0, MaxPax takes down Applejuice, and we have MaxPax versus Creator. Pure Protoss down here. So we have one Protoss confirmed for the finals, as it's just pure PvPs in the lower half of the bracket. Scrolling up, do we have any other updates? Let us find out. I believe this should be pure Terran up here. Yes, so we have Nickrat. Nickrat takes down Epic 2-1, so we have Nickrat waiting for the winner of Clem, Antonio, and Hapsaya. We have quite a bit of downtime. Nickrat, he has a ways to wait. These matches were delayed, so Nickrat, he has to wait for quite some time. So best of luck to Clem, Antonio, and Hapsaya. Scrolling down, we have ByuN. ByuN takes down Lotus. Cure is up against Bomyoja, and it looks like we have mainly Terran. I mean, Bomyoja, of course, he's Protoss. Likewise, so is Hapsaya. So best of luck to Hapsaya and Bomyoja to rep that Protoss race up here. But otherwise you have a sea of Terran towards the top side, and of course our Protoss towards the bottom side, destined for a TVT finals. But we'll see if we can get there. We'll see if we can get there. Also, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Ga, papi, ga. Oh my god. As we do have a big raid from Vindicta. Thank you so much, papi. Thanks so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream, hope you had a great ladder session, hope you had a great time, and welcome one and all to the PiGosaur Monday. Good to see you here as we are getting ready for our next matchup. We're getting ready for our next series. Again, up next is, we just covered herO versus Davo. Up next, Geralt versus herO. Here we go. Clem won't play TBT? Yes, he will not. As a reminder, for those who do not know, Clem, he only plays Protoss against Terran, but he doesn't play Protoss against Protoss, just as a heads up. So if he were to make it to the finals, then it would be a TVP. But yes, I will say that at least it does break up the upper half, that if he does go up against players like Nicorect, like ByuN, like Cure, then we might see something a little bit different there instead. Meanwhile, we have our next series and we are jumping in. We are jumping into our match. Oh my god. Need a moment to set things up. Hola, este Facebook. Oh my god. Good to see you. Good to see you. It's been a long time. But we are jumping into our next series, into our next matchup. Here we go. Now, I do have a story to tell as to why we're jumping into this series. But let's go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have our Danish Protoss player. We have our blue Protoss representing Storm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss. It is Creator. Now, I do apologize, we were going to cast herO versus Geralt, but they did begin without us, so bit of a feels bad, man. Yeah, unfortunately, we missed the lobby, we missed their series. They were really fast to do their vetoes, so unfortunately, we missed them. So I was a little bit anxious and concerned that we were just going to go on a break, but this series just started, and it's in the same area of the bracket. The herO versus Geralt and MaxPax versus Creator, they all lead into each other, so ideally we wanted to follow herO into Geralt, but again, we did miss it. At least we have this first series, though, to make up for it. As we're getting into our PvP. If you're a Terran fan in the chat, and I'm sure many from Vindicta stream are, we will be casting some Terrans later on, don't you worry. We'll get to the Terran matchups in the upper semifinals. Eventually. We'll get there. But thank you so much, Miguelito. Thank you. Hope you had a great time. Saludos desde Mexico. Oh my god. Ay. Good to see you. Saludos. Oh, sorry, I was catching up with the chat as well. Needs to bring back Sentimiento Latino. True. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Unfortunately, unfortunately, the Latin American scene has shrunk quite a bit over the years. It's not as big as it once was. So I don't know if it would be possible to bring back Sentimiento Latino, but it would be nice. It'd be nice, 100%. We got to call up that king. Got to call him up. Make him run it again. Run it back. A ver, pato, habla español. Capa. But for the most part, we're going to be settling in. We do have our initial opener here. It's going to be a Gate, a Cyber expand, or I should say Gate, Cyber into Stargate into an expansion here at a MaxPax. Creator himself going for a similar build as well, and we are entering Phoenix Wars. Here we go. We do scout each other. We're fully aware of what's going on. Phoenix Wars, they have begun. Phoenix is from one end, Phoenix is from the other, and in this stage of the game, you cannot stop Phoenix production. MaxPax does get the better trade. He does poke in, but again, with mirrored builds, with Stargate openers, you cannot make an Oracle in this position. You have to make Phoenixes. As the first adept does make its way towards the main. Ooh, one probe goes down. The Zeld as well. So again, better pickles here from MaxPax. Chipping away at that wall. Likewise, you see Creator across the map. trying to bust in. So with all these Phoenixes, yeah, these Adepts, these Zealots are going to be cleaned up from both sides. Creator, he does escape. Does pull away. Currently, the Phoenix count is neck and neck. We're even with each other. The big power spike that we're looking for is this, the second Stargate. So second Stargate is on the way for Creator. Also, my apologies if you're in the chat. Predictions. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. So we do jump into our PvP. The only stream in Spanglish. Exactly. El único Spanglish stream. Oh no. Yeah. So now MaxPax moving out. Oh. Again, we're even on Phoenixes, but who stacks first? Okay, moving in. Gets a couple of shots off. Not bad. Gets a couple of shots off. MaxPax, he pulls away. Again, the reality is that if one Phoenix goes down, if one Phoenix gets caught, then that can just be game then and there. That's how unforgiving Phoenix Wars can be. MaxPax getting into his own second Stargate. Currently, the Phoenix count is actually in favor of MaxPax by 1. Oh, they do stack. No major engagement. Not yet. MaxPax looking for an opening. Now, the reason why you want your Phoenixes to stack is that if they stack, they all shoot at once. If they're spread like this, then they do automatically kind of spread out, which means if they do engage, then half the Phoenixes don't fire. So stacking is so crucial, as you can see. Oh! They do stack with each other to get those volleys off. No major engage yet. Again, still very tense here, and we're waiting to see who shoots first. That's MaxPax flirting with the idea. Pokes in. Up! Does engage. Creator shoots first. We commit. Trading 1 for 1. And we back off. we back off. Aye. Oh no! MaxPax, I think he will get the better of this trade. Does pull away for now, though. Does pull away. Looking at the unit slots here. 3 for 4. Yeah, MaxPax does have the better trade. It does pick off 1 extra Phoenix. And MaxPax is now up 2 Phoenixes. Aye. Again, that was just a really awkward trade or awkward engagement from Creator. So MaxPax does take a lead, and Creator is in a rough position. Oh, losing another. That's too much. MaxPax at this one, he can just commit in. Behind this fleet beacon is on the way. That should be for Phoenix range. For Annual Pulse Crystals, there we go. First for Creator. A little bit more delayed here for MaxPax. Now, Phoenix range is a big upgrade because it does guarantee that you should get the first volley off as the player with that extra range. Does guarantee the first shot, but MaxPax still has the greater numbers. Yeah, it does go in, and MaxPax, he can just overwhelm. Yeah, he will. Yeah, as Creator, he just cannot keep up, and he's lost everything. And again, this is all because he lost 1 extra Phoenix earlier. So he does lose everything, he does lose control, and he cannot recover. Yeah, he cannot recover. GG gets called. The game ends then and there, and MaxPax will take game number 1. Whew, GG. As a reminder, the game was decided when they engaged outside of the third. There was that one fight where Creator didn't stack. He didn't stack, he engaged, and because of that, he did lose his first Phoenix faster than his opponent, and MaxPax took a Phoenix lead. He was up by 2. He was up 2 Phoenixes because of some slip-ups there from Creator, and with that, MaxPax, he could just snowball out of control from there. Again, all it takes is to have 1 or 2 Phoenixes above your opponent, and that's just game. That's just game then and there. There are some ways to recover, like Phoenix range, for example, but that didn't come into play. And now we're getting into game number 2. It's going to be on Amygdala. Let's go. I need a shirt saying that all my Spanish I learned from the CranKy Ducklings. Oh no, not like this. Not like this. We don't say too much Spanish here on the channel. I mean, I did translate the Vortex interview during HSL, I guess. True. Did have a rough live translation, which was fun. There were also animals during that interview, by the way. There were animals. It was fun. My Terran connoisseurs. Oh no. But we are getting ready here for game number 2, and we'll see how this story ends as we are going to be loading into Amygdala for that second game. But I know Ducklings, he has expressed some interest in running Sentimiento Latinos again, but we'll see. I think there is definitely value in that, especially like thinking bigger picture. So if the HSL continues, and it will, there's going to be another HSL at the end of the year. If the Hispanic StarCraft League continues, then I do see value in holding like regular tournaments, regular like HSL cups for that sort of thing, to like keep people invested and keep people competing and make their own circuit. I mean, it's what the Brazilian scene successfully did, right? Like we have Amantes, we have Host Open Cups, and we have Code for Giants Cups as well, and that's all leading into a big offline finals that's happening in June. In June we have confirmation. June is going to be the offline finals for the Brazilian scene, and it's really cool to see what they accomplished together. It's a little bit different because specifically it's for Brazil, like it's all in the same country, so it's easier to host an offline finals. More difficult for Latino America and more difficult for HSL, just because countries are all around the world as opposed to everything being centralized in Brazil. But yeah, they did a lot together, so there's definitely something to learn from that. But for now, though, we're jumping in. We're jumping into game number 2, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the Danish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Storm Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Red Protoss player from South Korea down in the series. We'll see if he can recover. We'll see if he can bounce back and make a series out of this and force the ace match. It is Creator. Go. So we are jumping in. But I think I'm okay to share this information, but that Brazilian finals is going to be the 21st of June. Let's go. 21 de junio. And we have the open stages, or the earlier stages, that are going to be taking place online at the end of April. I say end of April, like next week, and also May as well. So we're going to have to reorganize ourselves to open up our schedule for that. But exciting times for the Brazilians. Meanwhile, we do have our opener. Once again, it's going to be a gate into Cybercore, into Stargate, into expansion. So MaxPax going for the same build. Yep, there's that Stargate. Meanwhile, Creator goes for a 2-gate opener. So Creator, he has the option to 1-base all in. Does have the option. He could otherwise try and go for a 3rd and 4th Stalker and get an expansion and try to punish MaxPax. We can see Creator does go for the pylon block. He will delay, at least attempt to. Does force out the Zealots, and Creator, he will confirm the Stargate. He will confirm. As MaxPax does take the expansion, Adepts are moving out. Stargate about to finish up before that Oracle, and again, Creator, he is in a bit of trouble here. The pressure is on. Creator, he does skip his Stalker. Okay, so Creator, he opens up triple Stalker, not quadruple Stalker, and he goes for a faster Nexus. So Creator is trying to catch up and trying to keep up economically. Creator, he will intercept the Adept. Stalkers, they poke out, and he can apply some pressure here. Can apply some pressure. Let's pull away. Gets a couple of hits in, gets some hull damage done on the Zealot. The Zealot is going to go down. Stalker takes a lot of damage though, and here comes that Oracle. And he wants that Stalker. Oh, yeah, does want it. And he's going to get it as well. And the Stalker does go down, massive pickup, going for the second Stalker. Creator getting caught with his pants down as he will lose both Stalkers. Proxy Pylon across the map. Twilight Council almost done. Are we going for a Proxy Dark Shrine? The problem here that it's difficult to really make that work because there is a detection available with these Oracles. Instead, Blink is on the way. Blink is on the way. I would imagine a hidden gateway and maybe a 4-gate 2-base all-in out of Creator. We have 2 gates on the way for MaxPax, getting up to a 3-gate setup. What are we doing with the proxy? What's the plan? What is the plan of both players getting into Blink? There's that 3rd gateway for Creator. Yep, it's going to be proxied. So 3rd gateway proxied. I'm picturing a 4th gateway at this point. Or we're going for the stasis. Creator, he does pull away. Oof. Gets 2 caught. Going for another. Oh my god. Goes for another massive connection. Gets what? 5 in total. Ay, ay, ay. Gets 6 in total. Very nice damage. The Oracle does slip away. And so far, Creator still just sticking with 3 gates. And MaxPax does expand. So MaxPax is being a little bit greedy here. He's rushing into a 3rd expansion. Meanwhile, Creator can turn this into something more aggressive here. Can turn up the heat and move out. We'll see if he commits. As for now, he's still building up. Still massing his army. MaxPax setting up defensively with stasis traps. Yep, there's a 4th gate. So 4th gateway is on the way. So Creator, he throws out extra gateways instead of expanding. He's pushing. Looks like Creator, he's set up to expand with his army. So Creator is moving out. We'll see what he can get done. Here comes a reinforcing pylon. Again, he's pushing towards the expansion. Towards the Nexus. Currently, Creator, he does have the army lead. So he's got the larger army. He's got the better production. The larger production. And we gotta go. A 5th gateway. Okay, fake expansion. No expansion. There's no expansion. There's no 3rd base. It is a 2-base all-in. Getting up to 5. Oh no! Getting up to 5 gates. Stasis trap does connect. Ay, ay, ay. And before Creator can really pull this off, MaxPax, he moves in. He moves in. And better concave, better setup. He takes down the Stalkers one after the other. The slow warpins are denied. And Creator is being shut down before it could really get going. Not like this, Papi. Not like this. He was gearing up for the all-in and he gets completely shut down. Stasis trap does run out, but these are brutal losses here for Creator. Again, his advantage was meant to be the supply, the army. He's losing that advantage. Speaking of Creator, he still has the larger Stalker count. Moving in. There's a recall back home. And the longer this goes on, the worse it is for Creator. So he has to end the game here and now. Decent blink control. Blinks are solid. Oof. But bleeds out a Stalker. Okay, they're still trying to reinforce. Baits out the stasis. And there's a Shibari finishing up. Yeah, it does barely finish. Our boys are being pulled. And MaxPax, he's holding. He's holding. He's shutting this down. Bleeds out some probes, that is true, but he takes down the Stalkers. His own Stalkers are quite low, though. Very low. Better concave for MaxPax. A better arc. Oof. Shuts down the army, and Creator is just running out of steam. He's running out of Stalkers. We have 6 left. GG gets called, and MaxPax, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Again, just a really rough setup there from Creator. I do like that he faked out the expansion, that he went for a 2-base all-in, but it was just really unfortunate that he just ran and took the stasis to the face. I just ran into the stasis, took it to the face, and in that one moment, MaxPax swung everything in his favor. He was able to fight ahead of time, he was able to engage, shut down the Stalkers, and he was able to take advantage of the now suddenly smaller army. Creator, he had the larger force, he had more Stalkers, he had the bigger army, but that didn't matter once the stasis did pop off. Once it popped off, GG. GG, well played. With that, MaxPax, he will claim the series, and now we are getting ready for our next matchup. We're getting ready for our next series. Let's go. Let's catch up with the bracket. Let's figure out where we are, where we are headed. Yo, meanwhile, big shout out to Dropship Magic in the chat. God, baby God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing for 17 months in a row. Oh my God. That's a lot of months. That's a lot of months of support. Almost 2 years. Thank you. Thank you so much. Papi chulo, holding down the sacred routine for plebs like me. You've given the community far more than you'll ever get back. Hashtag CranKy Ducklings por vida. Oh, thank you, thank you. We do what we can. We do what we can. Casting for many, many years. Always, always. Whether it's casting open events like this, or of course, like we have our history covering and almost exclusively covering like smaller regions like Latino America, a lot of Latino America, Brazil as well, La Espira, Sentimiento Latino, Copa America, back in the day, Copa Hyperion, of course. Always, always. Of course, our own oceanic region as well. We do what we can, over the years. But here we go. We have updates. Let's catch up. Okay, let's catch up. So it looks like Clem's series is still ongoing, by the way. Up here, Clem versus Antonio. They're locked in battle. They're crazy. Scrolling down though, we do have, keeping up with this, we have herO versus ByuN locked in a TVT. That's going to be a spicy Terran versus Terran. Best of luck to herO and ByuN as they are facing off. Meanwhile, scrolling down, we do have our own matchup. We have updates. herO takes down Geralt 2-0. And up next, we have herO versus MaxPax in the lower semis. Oh my God. We have them getting ready. We have them amassing. Here we go. So that is going to be our next series here of the broadcast. Again, we did miss out on herO versus Geralt, but we're at least able to follow him, follow herO into MaxPax. And these are the two best Protoss players in the world. These are the top two Protoss players of the world. You can make arguments for either one. Both herO and MaxPax, they have their strengths, they have their weaknesses, and they often do go back and forth. Typically, like, again, we should expect to see an ace match at Game 3, and this could go either way. It's going to be a banger, I'm sure. Let's go. So we are getting ready. Here we go. We are getting ready here for that PvP. Sorry, just setting things up and getting things ready. Apparently, a bunch of the other casters are getting into herO versus ByuN. And it looks like Upside versus Clem is about to begin. So we have some updates. Clem takes down Antonio, and Clem versus Upside is about to start. It's about to start. As looks like Vitas are done, and we are jumping in. We're jumping into our fresh best of 3. Let's go. Game 1 is going to be on Whispers of Gold. So just catching up with the chat. Oh. Anyone streaming beyond Clem? I believe Pig is. So El Chanchito, I believe Pig is casting
You know the language. You can't speak Korean.
that matchup. As we're getting into our PvP. Streaming? Okay, thank you. Yes, I think it should be Pig alongside I think ByuN. Yeah. I think ByuN should also be casting Cure versus ByuN, and I was gonna say Steadfast, but I think Steadfast is playing World of Warcraft. Yeah, he's playing World of Warcraft. Never mind. Yeah, you got Pig and you got ByuN, but here we go. We're jumping into our next series. We're jumping into our PvP. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the Danish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Storm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Red Protoss player, the Red Protoss player himself from South Korea, representing his new team, Twisted Minds. It is herO. Here we go, as we are going to be settling in and calming things down. Now, once again, herO and MaxPax, they do often go back and forth in series. If you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our PvP. And again, they do often trade back and forth. MaxPax, he's known for his one and only opener. That is the Gate Cybercore into Stargate into expansion. Sometimes he does go for a slightly faster expansion, but outside of that, there's not really much deviation in how MaxPax plays. herO, he has also been known to do the same. herO, he's been quite tricky. At times he can go 2 Gate, at times he can go Gate expand. Sometimes herO does take a faster expansion than MaxPax and he forces him to react. So herO has been very fluid over the past couple of months. Basically, ever since the latest patch, ever since October/November of last year, herO, as you can see, Nexus before Cybercore, insane greed out of herO, and again, he's forcing MaxPax to respond. It's this really interesting dynamic that's been taking place. If you're familiar with MaxPax's PvP, you would know that often it would be the reverse. Often it would be MaxPax playing economically, usually more greedy than his opponents, and he would often like force all-ins or force reactions, and all-ins would usually be the case, right? Like MaxPax would usually force his opponent to all-in him. But again, in the last couple of months, we've often seen this. We've often seen this where MaxPax has been put in the hot seat and been forced to make these more uncomfortable decisions, and it's been forcing him to struggle at times against herO. So we can see MaxPax, he does go for a Stargate before expansion. So Oracle opener out of MaxPax. herO, he will have the greater economy coming into this, but now the question becomes, can herO maintain the economy? This is the advantage of this build from MaxPax, is that it can be aggressive. With this Stargate before Nexus, that means he can go for the Oracle and he can harass the mineral lines of herO. Again, the pressure is going to be on herO to survive this, as he responds with the Stargate of his own. Okay, now there's a lot going on here. First things first, herO, he forces MaxPax to react and to respect this fast Nexus. So MaxPax, he has to be aggressive with the Oracle. Meanwhile, MaxPax, he doesn't see the follow-up tech. So this should be a Phoenix. Because herO knows there's an Oracle coming, herO can open Phoenix, he can punish the Oracle and then counterattack. Ooh, but do you see what I see? One base all in. No expansion. MaxPax, he does not expand. Proxy gateway across the map instead. MaxPax, he's suddenly turning this into a one base all in. And when was the last time you saw MaxPax one base all in a PvP? Like, this is a rare sight out of MaxPax. But again, like, this is what you often see between MaxPax and herO, because again, like, herO, he's kind of forcing this reaction, forcing this response. MaxPax gets in. MaxPax does confirm the Stargate. He's aware of the Phoenixes. And we'll see if MaxPax can break herO. Let's go. Let us go. As we have the Oracle rotating towards the main. There's a shield battery to buy time. Meanwhile, herO, he is unaware. He's about to scout. He's about to confirm there's no base. And once he does, he needs shield batteries. He needs shield batteries. He needs defenses back at home. Adept does shade in. And yep, no expansion. No expansion. No setup. This screams, this yells one base all in. herO back at home. Yep, another shield battery. But is this too late? Because here it comes. Here comes the main army. These shield batteries, they are delayed. Oracle into the main, going for the stasis. herO up. Does he react? Doesn't. No reaction. Massive connection. Every pro gets caught out. Aye, aye, aye. Boys are being pulled, and herO is being pulled apart. It's being pulled apart completely here. Shield batteries do finish, but here he has no economy, he has no warpins. He'll take down one of the stalkers. He gets one. He's gonna get two. Takes down two, almost three. But more stalkers are rocking up. They're coming in. Now these probes are expendable. Here he can afford to throw them away. But again, here he's in trouble here. The shield battery does get targeted. Here he can't reinforce. He can't afford anything. The other stasis goes off. Oh no. The layered stasis traps. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, and here he cannot keep up. He's down to two Phoenixes, down to one Stalker. He has no energy remaining. He has an Immortal on the way. He needs more time for the Immortal. And he has no economy. He can't make anything. Void Ray has arrived. Oh, just barely. Oh, but there's no support. Yeah, there's no support. The Void Ray goes down instantly. The pylon is targeted. Robo's depowered. And MaxPax, he will snowball out of control. He will kick things off with a win. Whew. GG. GG, well played again. One base all-ins are a rare sight for MaxPax, but the real MVP that game was the stasis traps. The layered stasis traps, one on top of the other, zero income in the main base, and because herO was pulling the boys, I mean, he just had zero income. He just had zero income, period, for so much of that all-in, which means he couldn't warp in, he couldn't reinforce with his gateway units, he couldn't afford extra shield batteries, couldn't afford extra pylons, couldn't afford anything. GG. GG, well played, and with that we're going into game number 2. We'll see if MaxPax or if herO can bring it back, or if MaxPax snowballs out of control. Here we go. Here we go. As we are getting into game number 2. Game 2 is going to be on Ultra Love. Whew. Traps actually killed herO. Yes, as we mentioned, the MVPs of that game were the stasis traps. If it wasn't for that, then we would have seen more warp-ins, more side defense, more pylons. Most likely, especially with extra pylons there, the Robo would have stayed powered. The Immortal would have popped out. Like, there's just so much there that would have factored in. It was crazy. But here we go. We are now getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the Danish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, leading the series 1-0. And we'll see if he can claim it all and make it to those finals. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, sorry, bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Twisted Minds down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match himself. It is herO. As herO goes for a very quirky start. Okay. First things first, welcome one and all to Ultra Love. Ultra Love is a macro map. There's a ramp coming into the natural, so there is an unwritten rule in PvP. It is standard, it is legal, it is acceptable and accepted here that you open up with a low ground setup, gate into Cybercore, into Stargate, into expansion, because you are so secure on two bases. herO, though, he opens up on the high ground. Now this might be the same build, but a bit of a quirkier way of going about it. MaxPax, he goes in, he does see the gateway, but as you can see, there's no second gateway. So herO is going for the expansion. As we do see MaxPax this time, he does pylon block, he's in position to delay. Gateway is done, Cybercore in production. So far so good, both players are mirroring each other, and currently the trajectory of this game screams Phoenix Wars. This screams Phoenix Wars right now. The reasoning for this is if both players pylon block each other, if both players delay their expansions, both players have to throw down Stargates. And if both players throw down Stargates, you have to make Phoenixes. So that's what things are looking like at the moment. Things are kind of going down that path, they're leading in that direction. The Zealot has arrived. MaxPax, he should be able to get the pylon down. For now, actually going to be zoned away, but there it is. Stargate for herO, Stargate for MaxPax. As you mentioned, like, this opener, this build did scream Phoenix Wars. That's the direction that we're heading in. Both players going Stargate, both players making Phoenixes. Oh boy. And both players will confirm. herO, he does see the Stargate with his probe, and MaxPax, he confirms the Stargate of herO as well in the main. Now, when it comes to Phoenix Wars, there are certain power spikes that are available. The first big one is going to be the timing of the second Stargate. So the second Stargate is going to be a big moment here to see who does get it first. Likewise, the Fleet Beacon and Phoenix Range, that's going to be another big power spike for whoever gets that first. And following that is the Fleet Beacon into Mothership. The Mothership is another big timing that's going to be available as well. So there are these certain kind of like periods in time where one player can take an advantage over the other. First things first though, MaxPax does move out with his initial adept. So does herO. And both players wall off. Both players wall up. The adept zealots here just applying pressure. Both players, they should be fine, and they shouldn't really lose anything here. MaxPax does have the advantage of being able to mine from his natural because of his low ground wall. herO doesn't have that luxury. Ooh, as he might lose some probes. Adept gets in, one probe goes down, he gets one, he gets two. Oh, barely not. But one probe here is still a great start for MaxPax. Likewise here, he had to pull away the boys, so mining time was denied. And MaxPax does have a slight edge here early on. Very slight. As now both players are take their natural bases, and there's that faster second. Oh, I was gonna say faster second Stargate for herO. It's actually just lock in step here with MaxPax. So both players, they throw down their second Stargates. So far, both players are keeping up with each other. Now this is a risky maneuver here. herO, he's being somewhat active. Like, it all comes down to reaction time. herO, he does stack. Does stack up those Phoenixes. MaxPax also sharking around. Probe is moving into scout. And herO, he will barely spot this. Oh, they spot each other. They spot each other. herO, he has to back up. Probe goes down. herO, oh, looking for an opening. Doesn't quite find it. herO, he does pylon block the third base of MaxPax. MaxPax, he pylon blocks the third base of herO. Pylon blocks are huge because Phoenixes don't shoot down. They don't destroy buildings. So these buildings are going to be persistent. And that means that this is also like a scouting pylon for MaxPax. We can see herO doing the same. Like, scouting pylons are so crucial in Phoenix Wars because the pylons, they don't die. You see here, we force out a Zealot from MaxPax. A Zealot is forced out from herO as well to deal with those pylons, to be able to expand. There's another pylon block at the linear third base of MaxPax. herO, he wants that Zealot. Oh, he's gonna get baited in. He has to get out of here. He has to pull away. Whew. Again, almost baited in by the Zealots. MaxPax, he was waiting for it. Just using that Zealot as a bait. herO could try to do the same. As right now, the Phoenix count is slightly in favor of herO. Of course, a big factor as well is the Defender's Advantage. Defender's Advantage is basically the time it takes for your production to arrive at the fight. So if you're fighting on your half of the map, your production arrives sooner, and you suddenly gain like a big Phoenix lead. So where the fight occurs is also going to be a big factor. The first shot going off is going to be the factor, most likely. Like, who engages first, whether or not we're stacked. We mentioned this in the previous PvP, but stacking is so crucial here as... Oh! As... Oh, MaxPax does pull away for now. Whew. Does pull back. Now, the reason why stacking is so important is because if you stack, then all your Phoenixes, they fire at the same time. If you attack when you're spread, and Phoenixes, they automatically spread. Like, they naturally do spread here, like so. And if you do engage, then the Phoenixes in the back won't fight. They won't get their shot off if you fight when spread. So it's just so crucial that you stack, otherwise you have wasted DPS. Yeah, we get we get the gas steal. herO, he gas steals one of them. Meanwhile, Fleet Beacon is done. We have Phoenix range on the way for MaxPax. Meanwhile, herO, no Fleet Beacon. Ooh, no Fleet Beacon for herO. That's concerning. That means there's going to be a big window in time where MaxPax has range and herO does not. Uh-oh. herO moves in. He catches him out. He does catch him. Yeah, massive moment here for herO. And just like that, herO, he overwhelms. He overwhelms. One fight is all it takes. Ay, ay, ay. MaxPax caught with his pants down. He wasn't paying attention. He was not stacked. And that's game. That's game then and there. Who cares about Phoenix range when herO does catch you? And this is a PSA. If you're in the chat, lift up your pants. GG gets called in. herO, he will tie up the series 1-1. Whew. GG. herO does have the series. As we get into this, a big shout to Steadfast in the chat. God, baby God. Thank you so much. I do apologize for the delayed shout out, but sorry, I was just engrossed in the game. But a big shout out to Steadfast, exclamation mark. Shout outs. I got you, Papi. I got you. To Steadfast. do apologize. Was engrossed in the game. But big shout out to Steadfast. Steadfast, of course, he was covering not just the War TV Monday, but also covering the Monday Night Weekly as well. The Monday Night Weekly. So did cover both events. I believe was. I hope you enjoyed your World of Warcraft's hardcore session. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you were able to farm some gear, level up. I haven't played hardcore myself. Haven't played it. Haven't touched it yet. Oh no. Hope you did well. As we are getting into our next game, as we're getting into the ace match. Hong Kong Ducklings. Este Fear Jacket. Este Ravi. Shaking my head. But welcome one and all to the semi-finals here of the PiGosaur Monday 27. And again, thank you so much for the raid. As we are getting into the ace match. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Sandworm, we have the Danish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Twisted Minds. It is herO. Let's go. Let's go. Are settling in. And again, winding it back to the last game, even though MaxPax had the upgrade advantage on the way, we did try to emphasize how important it was to be stacking when you engage, and herO, he did catch MaxPax with his pants down. Like MaxPax, he was caught with his army spread, he was caught with his army unattended, and that was game. That was game. Then and there, one bad fight is all it takes for a Phoenix War to just snowball out of control, and that leads us here into the ace match. Let's go. Let's go. This is also why a lot of people don't really enjoy Phoenix Wars, especially as players, and I fully understand, right? Like, it's not the most exhilarating feeling to be locked in like a game like this and you lose the game in like a couple of seconds. Like it's like that's game. Then like you lose one Phoenix fight and it snowballs very quickly and it escalates into a win or into a loss. So it's just very unforgiving. It's very unforgiving, very cutthroat. It ends in one fight. I would say maybe it can be definitely exciting to watch for sure, but like 100% like as a player it can be very frustrating, like very frustrating. That is currently, at least, or it has been for a long time, just a part of PvP. Here we go. As for now, two gate opener out of herO. Meanwhile, gate cyber expand out of MaxPax, going for the faster Stargate. So MaxPax going for the same opener every game so far, as is typically the case. And herO back at home, going for a 2-gate opener double stalker. And herO has the option to potentially proxy across the map. We'll see if he commits into an all-in. We'll see how he does bring this all together here. As for now, opening up double stalker. From here, he can make a 3rd and 4th Stalker and just rally across the map, or he can skip his next wave and his next round and go for a faster Nexus. Looks like that's what's about to happen. Oh, never mind. Still making that 3rd and 4th Stalker, still rallying across the map, but there is no proxy. He delays the expansion with the pylon, but looks like herO does plan on expanding. It's going to be far later, that is true, and herO, he's heavily reliant on his Stalkers to get damage. herO must be very tight on Tuesdays. MaxPax as well. Both herO and MaxPax, they play in all 3 tournaments. They stay up and they play in all 3 tournaments. They both go full degen. I say they both. Like Clem, ByuN as well. Sometimes Solar. Like there's like a set amount of like degens in these tournaments to play in all 3. There's like, I want to say there's like maybe 5 or 6. There's like 5 or 6 players. I think Geralt and Nicaract, they also go full degen. Geralt, Nicaract, Clem, MaxPax, herO, ByuN, Pure, Solar, like there's a couple of them that play in everything. In all 3. You know, first Stalker goes down. Brutal pick off there for herO. herO does expand again into later expansion. Trying to poke in, but herO, he's struggling to really find some success here. Again, the shield batteries, they come into play, and MaxPax, he will not lose anything. The regulars, yeah. The degenerates that don't sleep and play StarCraft for 24 hours. It's crazy. It's crazy. Of course, respectable as well. Like, shout out to Shout out to the team that stay up and play in all three. It's an exclusive club. For sure. As Oracles, they threaten a dive. Here he does deflect, he does defend. Adept does shade into the mineral line, and so far here he does keep up with the Oracles. Keeps up. Dives in regardless, gets one probe kill, just one. herO does have a slight worker deficit, but for the most part he will shut this down and get into the mid game. Okay, here we go. We're settling in. For the time being, we have both players taking the same direction. We have a Blink on the way. MaxPax still has the advantage of these Oracles, and he does get another probe. Oh my god. Gets one more probe, but he will lose an Oracle in the process. Ay. Suddenly that's not as worth it. In total, gets 4 probe kills, but an Oracle is quite expensive, and in the end we'll lose one. He's got one left. One Oracle remaining. Behind this MaxPax, he will expand. He will take his third base. So faster expansion out of MaxPax. And herO, he should be going for his own, or otherwise going for more gateways. What's it gonna be? Okay, he's pushing. Now look at the units tab here. herO, he does have the Stalker lead. He's up in Stalkers, he's up in Army Supply. He's down when it comes to the base, but his goal here is to try to punish the expansion of MaxPax. Now with these force fields, with these sentries, he can pop off. So herO, he does consolidate his army. We'll see if MaxPax can hold. A shield battery is not ready for this. Force field's going to be coming in. Guardian shield as well. Here he does look forward. There's a Guardian shield. Nice force field. Bleeds out a sentry. One sentry goes down. We'll lose the other as well. Takes down a Stalker in the process. Not bad. And herO, he's going to overwhelm. Again, he does have a massive Stalker lead. Pushing in. Does dive forward. Oh! Nice target fire, gets another Stalker. Another Stalker goes down. Brings down the pylon, depowers the shield battery. This third base is under fire, it's under threat. And MaxPax, I'm not so sure he can save it. Again, he's down 4 Stalkers. Yeah, there's the cancel. He cannot save the expansion. And suddenly herO takes a lead. Suddenly herO has the faster third base, has the better economy. But MaxPax is not out of this. He does back off. And what do we have? A Dark Shrine. Dark Shrine on the way. DT's on the horizon. This is a way to recover. This is a way to bounce back. But unfortunately, or fortunately for herO, he has a robo. He has a robo. He doesn't have the Observer yet, but he has access to the Observer. There it is. Observer's on the way. Is this Immortal stuck? No shot. The Immortal's trapped. This is a full wall. Oh, no. He can't leave. No, forced to recall. For those that are curious, the Gateway, the Robo, the Cybercore, the Gas Geysers, Pylon, like this is a full wall. Like this entire section is walled in. God damn it. herO. herO. Ay. He has to create an opening somewhere here, like killing a Pylon or killing a Gateway. So forced to recall. He does at least save the Immortal. DTs are waddling in towards the left-hand side. Again, here he does have one Observer. It's at the natural. Stasis goes off. Stasis does wall off. Shield battery putting in a lot of work. Now here he can perfectly easily defend this expansion, especially with the Immortal. He's fine. But what about the DTs? What about the Dark Templars? They do head into the mineral lines. They're going to be distracting herO. He has to spend supply. Probe's going to be going down. They get one shot. He only has the one Observer. And probes, yeah, they're going down. This is winning MaxPax the game, getting so much damage. There's a DT in every single mineral line. And herO's losing everything. He's losing everything at this point. The Invisible Man is just too much. It's going to be 17 probe kills. Ay. Again, despite having detection, he only had the one Observer. Even here, taking more damage. And the longer this goes on, the better it is for MaxPax. Waits out one stasis. Oh. Waits out one stasis. Again, it shows just how deadly Dark Templar can be. Even in the mid-game, even if you have detection, it doesn't matter. As herO, he is far behind. He lost 21 probes in total. Ay. And the problem here is that all that MaxPax has to do is just defend. Just defend, just survive. He throws down cannons, shield battery, stasis traps. You can see that MaxPax, he is turtling up as hard as he can. Now, herO does have the larger army, but does he notice the stasis traps? He does. Okay, does notice. He gets one. Takes down one stasis. herO's all in. At this point, herO's all in. herO, he's not making probes, he's not resaturating. He's stuck on 43 workers. That is 2 base saturation. More probes going to be going down. Ay, ay, ay. No! Oh, it does take a stasis to the face. Another prism goes down as well. Yeah, massive pickoffs. The warp in is denied. And everything just coming up here from MaxPax. As there's no more reinforcements. Another stasis goes off. Brutal connection. And MaxPax, he will hold. He will hold. He will completely shut this down. Again, he forced the all-in. The DTs were the MVPs. The Invisible Man is just too much, man. It's too much. I mean, the station traps are running out. True, herO still has the larger army supply. Can he still pull this off despite everything going MaxPax's way? I mean, that one Immortal can do a lot on the back line. Oh, no. Never mind. The Immortal goes down. And never mind. As with that herO, he's out of an army. He's out of an army. He's out of supply. He trickles in with a couple of Zealots, but it's just not going to be enough. MaxPax, he's up in expansion, up heavily here in the economy. He's got double the worker count. And again, this was just all or nothing for herO. And now he has nothing. As GG gets called, MaxPax, he will overwhelm, and MaxPax, he will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played, MaxPax. He will claim the series and he will advance on. herO, he gets the sweet embrace of Bedge. MaxPax unfortunately has to keep playing. Yeah. No sleep from MaxPax. And herO, he can embrace the Bedge. GG. GG, well played. But again, a solid game there out of MaxPax. I mean, it was a very intense back and forth between both players, which is what we expected. Like, we never expected 2-0 in either direction. herO and MaxPax, they're both very close in skill. They're both the best 2 Protoss players in the world. And honestly, things looking pretty strong for herO. Remember, herO, he started this off with denying the expansion and bringing down the 3rd base, and also just being hyper aggressive with his Stalkers. He had a really strong start. He had the economic lead. But alas, he was not able to keep up with the Dark Templar. Didn't keep up with the DTs, and that did end the game then and there. The game continued, and herO was forced into an all-in, but again, that's because of all that damage dealt by the Dark Templar. GG. GG, well played. With that, MaxPax will advance on into the grand finals, and the question becomes, who will join him in those finals? Let's go. Let's catch up with the brackets. Let's figure out where we are and where we are headed. As from the top, we have some updates. Clem takes down Hubside 2-0. ByuN and Cure, they're still mid-series. Oh my god. So we have a Cure versus ByuN. We have Clem versus Nickract. Let's figure out what exactly is going on here, checking out some of the other streams. I believe that most of the casters are covering ByuN and Cure. I think they just finished. Yeah. I think they may have just wrapped up. Meanwhile, alright, Clem and Nickract should be in Europe. In Europa. Of course, Kira and ByuN are in the Korea server. But again, I think they're finished. I'm just trying to figure it out. Yeah, they're in the ace match. Okay, so ByuN and Kira, they're currently in the ace match. Meanwhile, Nickract and Clem, I don't think anyone is casting Nickract and Clem, unfortunately. Or maybe Dave? Okay, yeah, Dave Tesla. Dave Tesla's covering them. They're in game 1. Okay. So up next on the channel, we will not be able to catch ByuN versus Cure. That they're in the ace match, so there's no possibility of catching them there. But we will be able to jump into Clem versus Nickract. As they're in game 1, which means we can catch them in game number 2. Let's go. Team Liquid. Un momento here. Otherwise, just catching up in the chat. Unfortunately, the commands don't work in the YouTube chat, so I got you. Got you covered. The only time here walled off. True. He can obviously just reset the waypoint. He can. Once he notices. Oh. How does herO not anticipate this after sniping the third base? I mean, it isn't obvious that MaxPax would respond with that he would respond with DT specifically. And if you remember, herO, he did have an observer parked outside of his natural, so in a way he had he had some precautions against that, but it came down to his reaction, right? It came down to his attention, more importantly, because it wasn't just a DT's waddle in and end of the game. It was a DT's waddle in while MaxPax was fighting at the third base and keeping herO distracted, right? And forcing him to micro and control in the main fight, while also trying to like crisis manage all of his bases, because there was one DT in every mineral line. So so that's part of what won MaxPax the game there. So I should emphasize that as well. It wasn't just like DTs, but it was also that in combination with like the aggression that MaxPax was applying at the time as well. It all came together. But here we go. We're getting into our next series, getting into our next best of 3, and spawning in the top left hand corner of Whistles of Gold, we have the French Protoss player himself, the Blue Protoss, representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the red Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. Down in the series, we'll see if you can bounce back and make a series out of this. It is Nicaract. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets and you can predict and gamble on who you think will claim the series. Now, when it comes to this TVP, Nicaract, he's a very strong, very terrifying player in TVP. We have seen Nicaract defeat MaxPax, we've seen Nicaract defeat herO. He has taken down the best Protoss players in the world, but has he taken down Clem? That's the problem here. Clem arguably has the best PvT in the world. Like, there isn't a Terran player out there that hasn't lost to Clem, except for one. There's one Terran that has avoided the wrath of Clem's Protoss, and that is maru. I think maru is the only Terran that hasn't lost to him. That's only because they haven't played. Like, I'm sure if they did, Clem would probably beat maru as well, to be honest. Like, Clem, his Protoss is disgusting. It's terrifying. Maybe a better way of putting it. Ay. No one is safe. No one is safe. So we are going to be settling in and calming things down. Would have thought here would be more. I mean, we already did talk about that. But for now, we are going to be settling in. I think it's very easy to be like, oh, how could he not have protection against the Invisible Man? It's like, again, he had detection, he had the observer, but again, it came down to the multi-pronged aggression more than anything, at the same time as the DTs. But here we go. We are now settling into our next matchup, and so far we do have an economic opener out of Nicaract. Ranks expand. Likewise, Clem back at home going for a standard opener himself. Now, if you haven't seen Clem's Protoss, if you're unfamiliar, Clem, he has a very standard way of playing Protoss. Like, expect 4 gates blink into +1 and charge into Colossus. Like, he's not very cheesy. He's not very unorthodox. He's not out of the norm. He often doesn't play Stargate or doesn't open Robo. Like, expect like blink into charge into +1. Expect like standard player here out of Clem. And usually it's up to his opponents to try to mix things up instead. As Nicaract does get a full scout of the main, he is aware of the Twilight Council. Meanwhile, across the map, Clem, he does poke in, does lay mining here at the natural at mineral line. And in Nicaract, he will be opening up with a mine drop. Okay, so double Hellion into double Winter Mine into drop across the map. And we'll see if he can scout his opponent. We'll see how many gateways Clem does commit into. So depth does fall. Nice pickoff. Nicaract, he takes down the Adept. We do have a gateway explosion here. We do have a 3-gate setup out of Clem. So 3 gateways, very safe play out of our Protoss player. Very safe. Oh! The Hellion goes down. So he bleeds out another SCV. Get a nice pick off the Widow Mines. They've all been scattered. Gonna be quadruple mine. Aye, aye, aye. Forward mines, and oh, we do not bait out the mine shot. So that does fall. Depth does fall, and this is just delaying the drop. He's stuck at home, stuck defending. SCV goes down. Ooh, for a Stalker. Better trade for Nicaract. Much better trade, but he does lose SCVs and his mining time is denied. So it wasn't just that he killed a Stalker, but likewise his economy was disrupted. Now it's time to move out. And Clem is ready for it. Yeah, Clem is in position. He zones away Nicaract. Nicaract, he rotates around. Oof. Clem with the surround coming in here from behind. Okay, we have the boost. Whew. Does have the boost. Nicaract gets the hell out of there. Pulls away. More Stalkers, they come in. Jesus. There's Stalkers everywhere. They're all over the place. Oh my god, hot pickup. Saves one, saves two. Baits out the shots. Very nice control. Takes out. Oh my, he doesn't lose anything. He's crazy. Oh my god. Blink is done, and Nicaract will lose the drop. He will lose all 4 Widow Mines. Very impressive control there from Clem, not losing a single Stalker. And Nicaract's in trouble. He's in trouble. He's racing back home. He's setting up here with a tank, with a bunker. Aye, aye, aye. He's setting up. And Clem is moving in. Going for the main base. The main base is completely exposed. GG gets called as Nicaract, he lost everything across the map. He was not in position to defend. And Clem will snowball into a win. He will snowball into a 2-0. GG. Whew, GG, well played, Clem. He will take the 2-0. Very impressive play there. Very intense micro and control out of Clem. He does take it, does advance on into the semifinals. And Clem, he has his next opponent. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. Again, my condolences to Nicaract. It was just a really rough move out. Unfortunately, the mine drop was scattered ahead of time because of the aggression of Clem. And that's why Clem was able to be active on the map and to hunt down that medevac, hunt down those Widow Mines. And unfortunately, like that was a big investment. It was a big investment from Nicaract. After losing it, he was vulnerable. GG. GG, well played. That leads us here into our next series. That leads us into our semifinals. Now, MaxPax is already in the finals. MaxPax is already in the grand finals, but Cure just took down ByuN 2-1. Big win there for Cure. Does come out on top in the TVT, and we've said this before, but I would favor players like Cure, players like ByuN. I would favor these Terrans in a TVT against Clem, but this is not a TVT, it's a TVP. Clem, he's going to come out swinging with his Protoss, and his Protoss is terrifying, and I would say that Clem is favored in this series. Oh boy, but best of luck to Cure. We'll see if he can bring him down. I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping for an ace match. I want it all back. I want it all. As vetoes are underway. Just catching up. Catching up in the chat. What was Clem's opener? Clem's opener was standard. Clem's opener was gate cyber expand into 3-gate blink. So 3-gate blink. What happened to Crank? I miss him. CranKy still streams. CranKy is actually very successful, but he doesn't stream in English anymore. He streams in Korean. So he still has a YouTube channel. He still has a stream that goes on Chijik. He is, I would say, the biggest Korean caster currently. Biggest caster and a variety streamer as well. But again, all of his content is in Korean nowadays, not in English. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. But much love to Crank. Was it Sentry Scout or not? No Sentry. No Sentry Scout. It was Adept. It was Adept first. Adept into Stalker. No Sentry. I'm happy for him, but I miss him. Yeah. Same. I'm of course happy for him. Happy for Crank at his success. Do miss him. He's still got his dogs, so as Murphy and Zola. Murphy, Zola. Or still with Oli. Golden, CranKy, and ByuN. ByuN is still streams as well, but ByuN, he also streams in Korean. He's also casting nowadays. He does casting and he does just content creation. I mean, he's a streamer. Similar to Crank. But ByuN, he's been playing more. He's been playing less SE2 and more StarCraft Evolution. He's a much more prominent StarCraft Evolution streamer. Golden, yeah, Golden. He's not streaming anymore. He was streaming up until a couple of years ago. I want to say like 2 years ago. Like Golden, he was streaming a lot in English, like 2-3 years ago. So that's relatively recent. But I know that he finished university in arts, and I know that he directed a play. He directed like a StarCraft related play in Korea, which was really interesting. So yeah, really cool to see him like excel like in other fields. Golden has got his own thing going on. Remember ByuN with his nunchucks years ago. Aye. But yeah, CranKy and ByuN, they're still streaming just in Korean. And Golden he's doing his own thing nowadays. Much love though, much love. Remember when in your old day, High GM Terran SCV and made you? Yeah, Golden, he did a lot of like trolling on the ladder. That's where Golden found a lot of success. Even in recent years. Like he would often do stuff like that. I guess Crank a little bit as well, because Crank would often do like viewer requests, right? Like he'd take like viewer strats in the chats and stuff like that. I think Golden would do something similar. But here we go. As we are getting into our next series here, as we are getting into our next setup. Again, we have 2 matches left. It's going to be the upper semis and the grand finals thereafter. Let's go. As the Vitas are done and game 1 is ready. Going to be loading into ley lines. I miss Dragon. Yo, Dragon was a clown. It's a clown. Does Dragon still stream? I'm pretty sure I saw him maybe last year, but nowadays like he's, for the most part, like he's not very popular anymore. Like yeah I think he streamed recently though. Let's see. When was he last streaming? 2020 something. But yeah. But it looks like our players need some time. They need a little bit more time. Can you believe this game is 15 years old now? So crazy. I know, it's crazy. Even older for those that were into Brood War back in the day, but Mindy's just playing. Yeah, Migs, he just raided us. He raided us today. he was streaming. He raided us today. Did give us a raid. So much love to Migs. Much love. Este Miguelito. Good friends. Good friends. But yeah, so it looks like our players, they need some time. They need a little bit of time. I don't blame them. It's been an intense tournament already, and Kira, he just took down ByuN 2-1 and went all the way to the ace match. So it's been very intense, but here we go. Looks like our players are now set, and we are jumping into game 1 of our fresh series here. Oh boy. Now what I will say, even though I do lean towards Clem in this series, Cure is still a strong player in his own right, and he has defeated Clem. Like Clem, he's not unapproachable in PvT. We have seen players like Cure, like ByuN at times, pull Clem apart, specifically with their speed, specifically with multitasking and multi-prong aggression. That is where Clem has at times been torn apart. So I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping, regardless of how this goes, I want to see it back and forth. I want to see a game 3. I want to see us go the distance. Let's go. As we are jumping into the ley lines. You can hear the beeps. We're going in. Going in. So shout out to all those in the chat, whether it's YouTube, whether it's here on Twitch as well. But here we go, spawning in the top right hand corner of ley lines, we have our South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the red Protoss player representing Team Liquid as well as their teammates. It is Clem. And if you're in the chats, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Get your gamba going as we jump into game 1 of this fresh best of 3 semifinals match. Let's go. For some greater context, as we're moving out for a proxy, but for greater context, the winner of this series will advance on to face off against MaxPax. MaxPax, he's waiting in the grand finals for one of these two players, for a Terran opponent. But a cheeky start here by Cure. Cure, he goes for a Rax back at home, and he's rallied here towards the left-hand side for what looks to be an eBay block.
Game paused.
As we do have a bit of a pause. Hopefully everything's okay. But I believe this this SCV is designed to avoid this scouting probe. So he avoids the probe, he does hug the edge of the map, then he waits a little bit, then he goes in, and then he goes for the eBay block here at the expansion to try to force an uncomfortable start out of Clem. Now we'll see if he's successful. We'll see when Clem checks the natural. Basically, if Clem scouts too late, if there's too much progression on the eBay, then Clem, he has to take the unnatural natural instead. There we go. Go back. As yeah, the SCV comes in. And there we go, there comes the eBay. eBay's on the way. So far, Clem, he has yet to confirm. For now, checks across the map. It is going to be the standard opening here, just single gas into Rax. Here it does pull back. Much love to Enki, by the way, much love. Much love. And yeah, it's at this point, yeah, too much regression here. Clem going to be forced to take the unnatural natural. Probe does move out, so the SCV does chase. Uh-oh. And Clem, can he get it on location? He should be able to. He should be able to get the base just in time. So the Nexus is placed. And Cure, so far, very successful here with the eBay. Does force a very awkward position here out of Clem. There's a cancellation. And it's going to be up to... It's going to be up to Clem here to recover and to defend his bases. Like the power here of being forced, the power of being forced, Clem being forced to expand here towards the third base location is forcing his army to split. He has to split up his army between his main base and his natural to defend against Hellion run-bys, to defend against aggression, drop play as well. Here we go. Shout out to the other casters. There's Enki casting in Spanish. There's Dave. There's Stegosaurus, who's also the admin of the event. We have Bomioja as well. Pig El Chanchito. Pig is there. Rocklet's casting in Portuguese. So shout out to all the other casters. Much love, much love. Meanwhile, Twilight counts are open out to Clem. Nothing crazy. Again, as a reminder, Clem, he doesn't often deviate. We don't often see like Stargate open or anything. All right, yeah, Mapple's there as well. True. Maple also casting in English. As behind this, we do have our initial 2-1-1. Okay, this I was not expecting. That's going to be a second Rax before Starport. We'll see if we go for a third Rax. Yep, third Rax before Starport as well. Hyper aggression here out of Cure. So Cure, he isn't really being too active early on. I say that, now he's got 4 Hellions. 4 Hellions do move out, he's diving into the main. Clem, he does spot this. Clem, nothing in position. And Hellions, they can one-shot. They can one-shot these probes. Probes, oh, they do line up for a moment. Boys are being pulled. Oh my god, brutal connection. Oh no! Brutal connection, 6 probes go down, and he's not done. He's not done. He gets one more volley. Ay, ay, ay. That could have been so much worse. Clem, he does survive with most of his probes. That's still going to be 7 probe kills. And again, a big reason why this happened is because Clem, he was split between his bases because of that start, because of the eBay block. There's a really awkward defense here by Clem, and Cure, he's not done. As a reminder, that is a 3rd Rax before Starport. This can turn into a 2-base all-in, but regardless, we are hyper-fixated on bio production before Metavax. So this is a hyper-aggression here from Cure, just focusing on his army production before committing to a move-out. So Cure, he's just storing his energy, he's building up his bio, his marines, his stim, his tanks. Eventually he will push, and it will hit like a truck. It's going to be on Clem to figure out what's going on, as Clem is still unaware. He has not seen the main base, he doesn't know. 3rd base on the way. So Clem is just focusing on his economy. And Clem, he is denied entry into the main. Now, if he scouts this, oh, he commits. A bit of a misstep there from Clem. He commits, adepts go down, massive pickoff. Clem getting vision into the main, and the observer will confirm. Now, upon confirming here, Clem, it's still going to be a very awkward defense for him. Yeah, he sees, oh, the observer gets sniped. Nice scout, nice scan. But at least Clem, he saw the production, so he knows. He knows about the 3-1-1, or the 3-1 even. He's going for a charge follow-up. This should be done in time. So Clem, he is going to be relying on a very gateway-heavy composition. He's not going Colossus, he's going +1, charge, and Blink Stalkers. And he needs those warp-ins. But because of the early losses, like he has to reprobe, he has to resaturate first before being able to afford all of these gateways. He's getting up to a 6-gate setup. Stalkers are only here to scout the move out. And this is not a 2-base all-in. The reason why I say this is because there is a starport. There are variations of this where you skip the starport and you just pull the boys. You just pull the boys and you just commit. With the starport on the way, this tells us that there's a little bit more longevity with this, which means Cure, he can expand as he pushes. But still very aggressive. Still very aggressive nonetheless. And Cure, he will push with his Metavax. So he's waiting for the Metavax. When they arrive, then he can move out once again. Cure, oh my god, he sees everything, Bobby. Ay, ay, ay. Does spot the observer, snipes the 2nd one as well. 3rd observer on the way. I'm concerned that Clem is stuck making more observers instead of an immortal, like just for safety. So that is a concern. And we're about to push. Now, as you can see, as Cure is pushing, 3rd CC. So again, not an all-in. He is going for a late expansion, but it's going to be worth it if he's able to get damage done. Here we go. Here comes the Siege. The Metavacs have arrived. And remember, this is hitting with +1 attack, with stim, and with combat shields, and with just a massive amount of bio because of the build order itself. Ideally, Clem wants to slow this down. He's warping in Zelts as we speak. Clem, he is supply blocked. Okay. So the pylon finished. Never mind, the pylon did finish. He's okay. But we need as many warp-ins as possible. Cure moving in. Does scan ahead of time, does spot the army. Ideally, Clem, he wants to surround. Clem is moving in with that southern force. Tanks do siege. Oh! Clem being forced back. And he does collapse on the army. He does dive in. The Zelts say force on friendly fire. He's getting on top of the tanks. Nice, very nice force fields. Oh my god. And the tanks will fall. Clem, he holds. Whew. Clem, he holds on. Again, the force fields are crazy. Here, he does kite back. He kites well. Uh-oh. Does kite well. Takes off the Zealots. Curie still has a threatening army, but without those tanks, he's lost the backbone of his force. He's forced back. He's forced back home, and I would say coming into this, Clem is in a better position. He's in a better position. We have the Bay on the way. We have +2 into Colossus production. Clem has to be careful, though, as he runs into the army. I'm not so sure he wants to. Ratchet's going off. Zealots go down. Colossus and the Stalkers are exposed. Yeah, very shaky fight here for Clem. Clem, he cannot fight this head on. Yeah, not like this. He gets punished. Clem's in trouble. He has to back off. As he pulls away, going for a run-by. Going for a Zealot counterattack towards that 3rd. Likewise, Cure going for the drop. So we have a back and forth, still very tense between the two players. Very tense. Into the main. Going for the warp in as well. Widowmines there waddling in. Prism has to get the hell out of here. Does pull away. And what's important is that Clem is buying time. He's keeping Cure distracted while he builds up his 4th expansion and Colossus. You know what, Cure, he spots the base. He's going for it. So they come back in. Clem, he is fully aware. Once again, nice force fields. Get the 9 DPS from half the army. Very nice force fields. Clem likewise chasing Cure down. Catching up more Marauders. Okay, that's what, 2, 3 Marauders falling. Very nice pickoffs. As he's going for another Marauder, or going for the medevac even. There we go, another Marauder goes down, and another to get the target firing. Every time Clem, he does target as many Marauders as he can. Building up his army, second Colossus on the way. Again, securing himself on a 4-base setup. Like, Cure's moment was his first push, but again, it really failed to get crippling damage. It traded with the army. Didn't do much more than that. And Clem, he's arrived. Oh! Brutal mind connections. Then moving in. Baiting out the Widow Mines. Does bait them out. Okay, collapsing the army. Scan does miss the Observer. Observer's behind the army. And Curie's up against the wall here, up against the ropes. Trying to hold on the Colossus. They just do so much damage to the back line. Swiping away here at the Marauders. Oh. Oh my god, the punish is real. Jesus. The swipes are crazy. The swipes are insane. There's just one Viking for now. And Clem, he's trying to kill. He's going for the kill. He's going for the third. He wants to end the game with this push. Now up to 3 Colossus. Still just rallying in across the map. 4th Colossus on the way. Now we're building up the Viking count up to 3 Vikings. And up to 3. Not many Stalkers. Boys are being pulled to repair. Colossus are a little bit too far behind. They have to move forward. There we go. They're getting on top of the Marauders. Getting 3 more Marauders. Boys are pulled into Colossus. And finally, 1 Colossus may just barely get... No, not even. Oh my god, GG gets called. Clem, he overwhelms the army. Clem, he punishes the committed push. And Clem will take game number 1. Ooh, GG. Clem, he takes the lead in the series. Again, a very intense back and forth. Cure's big moment, as we mentioned, was his double medevac timing. If you recall, he moved in with his 2 medevacs. He moved in with his stim, +1 in combat shields. And his army was looking very threatening, but he didn't get into the bases. He didn't punish the economy. He didn't punish the bases. He traded with the Gateway army instead. And we saw Clem handle himself very nicely against that army. The force fields were on point. He focused on the tanks real fast and real quick. GG. GG well played. Just a really impressive engagement there from Clem, and from there, Clem snowballed out of control. Cure, he was trying to stabilize, was trying to keep up, and we had some close engagements, that's true, but for the most part, Clem, he was in a better position, slightly better, with that GG. With that GG well played, and that leads us into game number 2, and we'll see if Cure can bounce back. We'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. Here we go. Why is Clem in his main? Because it was getting ready for drops. He had his army split. As a reminder, if you recall, you say his main base and his natural base were spread apart. Because of the opener, he was forced to expand at the 3rd location, so he had to split up his army. Had to keep it split. Then he consolidated once he realized that there was no drop into the main. So there's plenty of reason for him to be split like that. Maybe Clem can be world champ with Terran Tulsa. Yeah, 100%. I mean, Like, there's no question in anyone's mind that Clem in EWC, he will play Protoss against Terran. Like, that's not... You could argue that Clem could have an easier and stronger performance in EWC now that he's competing as Protoss. Like, again, last year when it came to his TVT matchups, they were a lot more shaky. They were a lot more closer. I mean, again, so the reason why he's playing Protoss is because his weakest matchup is TVT, and we have seen players like herO, ByuN, Cure definitely threaten him as Terran. So you could argue that now he has now he's in much stronger form coming into EWC this year, and definitely make that argument. Now that he's unlocked his Protoss side to deal with the TVT matchup. Here we go. Here we go, and we're getting into our next game. We're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss himself, representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player, the blue Terran from South Korea, representing Team Liquid. Ooh, this time actually going for a proxy. Let's go. It is Cure. As the SCV does move out, and we're getting ready for the proxy Raxes. Now, it's only going to be one SCV. He's not moving out with a second worker, so just the one proxy here initially from the side of Cure. We'll see if this is going to be proxy Reaper with a bunker rush at the natural. Based on the rally, it looks to be the case. So it looks like it's just going to be Reaper into bunker. The other option, technically, is to go into, like, proxy Marauder. True, that would be another option. Cure is quite fond of it, proxy Marauder. But for the time being, I'm leaning towards, especially just based on the setup that he has here, it should instead just be the Reaper. So not too committed. Meanwhile, we do have Clem setting up. This time he'll be able to expand on location without any issues. And the bunker should be on the way. Now the goal here is, especially because the building has limited vision, to get a bunker behind the mineral line or within range of the mineral line, and then you can just deny mining. And hey, here we go. We do see the SCV does skirt around the edge. There's that bunker. And this is all to disrupt the economy of Clem. Clem, now he scouts, now he knows. So he knows what's going on. He's aware of the bunker. Behind this, waiting for a cybercore. The boys are being pulled. I don't think he can deny the bunker, though. The Reaper, it's already on the way. It's going to be close. It's going to be close here. The SCV is under fire. Where's the RNG? As if she does get over to the other side. Oh, does pull away. Reaper has arrived. And the SCV is safe. Yeah, the SCV is safe. The bunker will complete. And Clem, that was a big commitment there, pulling the boys. Lost a lot of mining time. Reaper pokes in once again. Getting another probe, getting 2 so far. Pulls back. And we'll see how long it takes for Clem to deal with this. Now again, the purpose of this, as we can see, oh no! Oh, SCV goes down. Big slip up there from Cure. That should not have happened. I was gonna say, ideally that SCV survives and you can repair. You can repair and you can maintain this position even longer. But already the goal is to deny any kind of mining. So 0 economy here at the natural base for Clem. Oh, Cure here extends. He overextends. Again, he lost the SCV. He lost one of the Reapers. Again, that should not have happened. And Clem, he doesn't even this shield battery. Oh no. Oh god. So Clemmy's fine. Clemmy's perfectly fine. He will shut this down. He will expand. He will saturate. Oh, the salvage. Okay. Clem, a little bit late. Late to react. For those who do not know, on the latest patch, you can deny the salvage by attacking. That's why the salvage was reset earlier. But Clem, he was out of position. The salvage does pop off, and with that Cure, he can at least get some resources for his trouble. But I would still say this is a better position for Clem. So basically what happened here, because the SCV went down, because there was no repairs, it meant that Clem didn't need the shield battery. Typically, in a standard setup here, you do need a shield battery to actually deal with this, but without an SCV, the shield battery wasn't necessary. He cancelled. It's a much cleaner defense here by Clem overall. And now we can settle in. We can settle into our game. So Clem is getting to his own 2-gate blink setup. Meanwhile, Cure back at home, once again getting to his own 3-1-1. But as you can see, this time it's a different build. This time it's a faster starport into drop play. This time it's nowhere near as aggressive as last game. Remember, last game it was a delayed starport with an earlier 3-max. Here, earlier 1-1-1. Earlier drop play instead, into Widowmine drop. So Cure, he's going to be less aggressive. He's going to be more passive in the mid game. But there's a lot of potential here with this drop, as he does move out across the map. Clem, what does he have to defend? Blink is not yet complete. Stalkers are at the third base. There's 1 stalker in the main, sorry, 2 stalkers in the main base. And the scary thing about this drop is that Clem doesn't know how many Widowmines there are. Doesn't know there's 4 of them. So we get 3. Okay, he just unloads all 4. Hey, never mind. He just unloads all 4. I was gonna say he can try to keep 1 Widowmine in the medevac and try to like juke Clem and reveal it a little bit later and catch him off guard and hide it, but he reveals all 4. Reveals all 4. So far, mining time is denied. Oh, not quite getting the stalker. And Cure, he will escape with 2 Widowmines. 2 Widowmines, they do escape here. So Clem, sorry, I should say Cure. Cure, he can always go back in. He can always go back in and try to find some more damage. Likewise, 2-gate blink into a third base. Very economic, very greedy build here by Clem. But because Cure went for a 1-1-1, Clem is safe. Clem is perfectly safe. If Cure was going for the same build he went for last game, Clem would be in trouble. But Cure isn't being as aggressive. So Clem is safe and sound. He pokes out, he contains his opponent. And Clem, he's free to just probe. To probe, to saturate, charge on the way, Forger +1, into a gateway explosion. Clem being a little bit cheeky here, going into the main. He's being cheeky. Oh! Dives on in, takes down the tank. Yeah, 1 tank goes down. Nice pickoff. Likewise, 3 probes going to be going down back at home. Oh, the Raven! Raven goes down as well. Brutal pickoff. Yeah, Clem, he snipes the tank, he snipes the Raven, he pulls away. He will lose 3 probes, but that is well worth it to Clem. Clem, he trades 3 workers for a Raven and a tank. A trade that any Protoss will take. Now, Curie does spot one of the observers, but there's a second observer. Oh. And he spots it immediately. So nice pickups. Behind this, Clem, he's being a little bit greedier here, but there we go. Gateway explosion, we have 6 gates on the way. That's going to be 8 gates in total, alongside the Bay, alongside Colossus. And again, because of the opener and because of the build of Cure, Clem, he knows he's safe. He knows that he can skip warp-ins and just focus on production and tech. And economy. Widowmines that come back in, Clem, he notices. Nice retargeting. Ooh, the medevac is going to go down. Nice cleanup. Medevac falls, and Clem defends. Defends. Now, when it comes to this move out here from Cure, we should be seeing it momentarily. I was about to say he can soon push, but instead he's going for drop play. He gets spotted. He gets spotted here by Clem. Clem, he responds. Again, he forces the unload. And now it's time to warp in. Like, now that Cure has stim, now that he's broken out, now it's time to warp in back at home. Up until this point, this has been the army. Like, these stalkers and like a handful of stalkers back at home. But now Clem is focused on his production. He's already gotten his production up and running. He already has his tech. Now it's all about warp-ins. Now he can focus on his army. So just very efficient play here by Clem. Likewise, Observer does get eyes on the main force, so he knows whenever there's any kind of move out. Likewise is keeping up with the drop. Getting ready for a run by here on the right-hand side. Now, ideally, you do want to wait for the Terran to push, and then you go in. But Clem is being... he just doesn't care. Jesus. Just doesn't care. Just moves in. Does push forward. The mine shot's going to be going up. Brutal connections. Yeah, massive connections here on those Zealots. And Clem, he's being a little bit too cavalier here. Yeah, he can't quite break this. There's plenty to defend. Clem is warping in back at home. He has no Warp Prism, but he does reinforce. Cure he does on Siege, and Clem, this is his moment. He spots the army. He spots the army with the Observer. He sees, he goes in, he hits the third base. Cure, he has to respond. Cure pushing up from the low ground. Cure getting caught on Siege. There's one tank that just barely sieges up. It's going to go down instantly. Oh, no, survives. Does survive. 11 SCV. That's already worth it. 11 SCVs go down. The economy here being crippled. And again, Cure, he was out of position. This Observer was the MVP. Clem, he pulls away. At least the tank survived. But Clem, he sees everything. I mean, I say this Observer, all the Observers. He has an Observer on the right, on the left-hand side as well. Clem, he spots the drop. Oof. And Curie's just being pulled apart here. There we go. Does spot one Observer. It's about to be replaced. Behind this, we have a Dark Shrine on the way, so we're getting to DTs. See Clem poking in. Once again, just getting vision on the main army. And the goal here for Clem is to either bypass the main army or engage as it moves out. Catching Cure on Siege. Until that happens, Clem, he's free to expand. He's free to just get another base. Claim the 5th. Getting into +3 attack. At this point, I would love to see extra gases. He does have one gas here at the 3rd. Into like a second robo into disruptor production. That'd be the ideal. Just for that, just in case he does end up taking some losses for the Colossus. Just have the extra robo, but for the time being, Clem is just moving in. It's just moving in anyway. Catching out a Viking. I would say that Clem doesn't have to trade here, so this is a little bit risky. Gets some free hits off though. Takes down a couple of SCVs. Just flexing his Colossus. Taking down depots. So we're trying to reposition. But so far, nice damage. He gets 2 depots, gets a gas geyser, a couple of SCVs. And Clem, he's maxed. Clem, he's maxed out. And because he's maxed, the onus is on Clem to trade. And there it is. Disruptor production and the second robo. This is the only thing we were missing. So second robo is on the way. Double disruptor production as well. Clem, he is set up. And now he can trade, and ideally he can afford it, and Cure cannot. As Cure's been bleeding out a lot of SCVs. There we go, he commits in. Does focus down the tank. You see, kites back to focus on the Vikings. Vikings, they go for the Colossus. They go for at least one. But he's getting overwhelmed. Being forced back. Nova goes off. Oof. Takes down a couple of Marauders. One Colossus falls. But only one. And this is still a better trade for Clem. As he's just bullying Cure here. Cure, he just wants to mine. Leave him alone. Yeah. EMPs, they pop up. And Clem is moving in. He's moving in. Massive connection. Oh my god, the connections are brutal. Second Colossus finally falls, but Clemmy's done it. Clemmy's done it. Cure has been broken. We blink on in. We turbo out of control. GG gets called, and Clemmy will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Clem, he will overwhelm, he will take the series. Again, coming into this, Clem, he was the favorite player. Cure, he did have his moments, don't get me wrong, in Game 1 and Game 2. But alas, in the end, Clem did persevere. And with that, we have our 2 finalists. With that, we have our 2 finalists here. It's going to be a TVP between Clem and MaxPax. Here we go. Here we go. As we're getting ready here for our next matchup. Again, Clem and MaxPax. Let's go. Sorry, there's some memeing going on in the chat. In the in-game chat. But we are getting ready here. Following our players and catching up on the rest of the bracket. Let's go. Let us go. chats. We did catch up in the chats. But again, earlier we were live with the lower semifinals. MaxPax took down herO 2-1. Clem just took down Kira 2-0. And now we have Clem and MaxPax in those grand finals. Best of 5 TVP. Let's go. Just catching up in the chat. Just catching up. Do you feel like Clem's toss would be Maru? Currently, yes. If you've been watching StarCraft over the past... Drew, how many months? If you've been watching StarCraft over the past 4 months, you would know that Maru has not been in shape and he's not been in form. Maru, he has been taking a break. So he has played, I want to say, like in 2 tournaments. He played in the Lily Cup. He played in the Lily Cup at the start of the year. That was back in January. He played in the PiGosaur, in the PigFest. I believe he played in the PigFest in the group stage. And I think he played in 1 other tournament. But in all 3 showings that Maru has had this year, he got knocked out in the first round. He got knocked out by Lancer, who's a Chinese Protoss player. I think he got knocked down by Dark in the group stage. Like he has been struggling, but if you've been watching the CranKy Ducklings, you would know this from the podcast. I do think that part of that is probably because of the mandatory military service. It was announced at the end of March. It was announced at the end of March that Maru, his military service has concluded. Basically what had happened is Maru, he signed up for the military. I think it was 3 years in a row. I think 3 years in a row he was registered. He was registered and he was ready to enlist. And 3 years in a row he wasn't called upon. Basically whenever they in Korea, whenever they do their military, it looks like they have like a limit on how many people they can take in at a time per season or per year. So Clem, he had done it, I think it was like 3+ years in a row, and each time he was like, he was like delayed. He was like, oh, okay, come back next time, come next time. It happened enough to the point where this year, this March, it was confirmed that because they have a law, if that happens consecutively long enough, then they say that you've done it. They say that, like, okay, like you've put in the effort, you put in the effort and the incentive to go to the military. It's on the government that they weren't able to get you in. So we say that enough time has passed, you've done it, you don't have to worry about it. But that happened in March. So most likely Clem, he was probably expecting to go to the military and probably expecting that he would have to do that. So that probably led into why Clem is currently out of form. But now that that's done, now I'm sure he's back into practice. And I'm excited to see what he looks like now, because again, like Clem has been Maru has been very lackluster in the year of 2025. But again, a lot of that is off season and probably because he didn't know if he was going to the military or not. But that did happen at the start of the year, and here we go. We're now getting into the grand finals, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the French Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player from Denmark representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. As we open with the eBay block. Let's go. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Here we go. Mark floated his buildings on the military. I mean, it's important. It's also important to note that, like, Maru, he was fully intending to go to the military. Like, it wasn't on Maru. It was on like the more. What am I thinking of? But it was on their end, right? It's on their end. So he is now officially concluded his military service. Officially concluded. Now we can just focus on StarCraft. As for now, we do open up. MaxPax is forced to take the unnatural natural thanks to the eBay block. So with that, MaxPax, he is in a little bit of a more uncomfortable position. We'll see if Clem can take advantage of that. Behind this CC on the high ground, getting to his own 1-1-1. Okay, so standard follow-up. We saw that when Cure did this to Clem previously, we saw that Cure, he was able to punish, or he was trying, I would say he was able to punish Clem. He did kill a lot of probes with his Hellion aggression and Heli run-bys. Here, Clem is not doing that. He does force an uncomfortable start, but Clem, he's getting to a standard drop play follow-up, like nothing too aggressive, nothing too crazy. Right, do we have info on the EWC qualifiers? I believe we do not. I believe currently that is not publicly available, or not just not known. We know they're going to happen eventually, but right now we have Star Zagora to look forward to. And everyone's looking forward to Star Zagora, of course. That is the next big event that's happening before EWC. So for the big events, it's going to be Star Zagora, and I believe it's going to be Pigsty number 2, or I guess number 7. So the second Pigsty of the year. So those are the 2 big events that are happening before EWC. As Clem does move out. Again, the Hellions are distracting on the right-hand side, the Bio Army moving in. Administrative issue, that's it. That's earlier I kept saying like receptionist, like front desk, like document, like I was just blanking on the term. But yeah, the issue was on the administration side when it came to Mario in the military, not him. But here we go. Clem does start at 40, does punish this so hard. Probe's gonna be going down, and you can see MaxPax just not ready for this. Yeah, just caught with this pants down. No shield battery. Stalker does fall. He gets one. Very nice control. The juggling. Oh my god, he saves the Marines. Jesus. He baits out the shots. It does lift in time, does save his army, pulls away. 5 probe kills, not just 5 probes, but 5 probes, an adept, and a stalker. Very nice trades here from Clem, just squeezing the most out of his units. And MaxPax is struggling. Does break out, does defend, but did take a lot of losses early on. And again, Clem back at home, he's fortifying himself. Bunkers, tanks. Like, remember, this wasn't very committed. Like, that's what I was referring to. I was saying, like, oh yeah, he's just going for some drop play. Like, it's not going to be too big of a deal. Like, MaxPax should be fine. We're getting to a normal game state. And we are getting to a normal game state. And Clem achieved a lot with very little. Like, he was very uncommitted at a Clem, but still achieved so much damage. And now the pressure's on MaxPax. Now the pressure's on the Protoss to counterattack, to find a way into the main base, to find a way into the natural, to pick off a tank, pick off some SCVs, to delay the push, to contain the Terran. And we'll see what MaxPax can get done. For now, he's at least keeping up with the Raven. Keeping up with the Raven. Behind this, going into charge, into Forge, into +1. The Forge is not yet thrown down, but we'll get there eventually. Observer gets a scout in the main. Stim is on the way. Some of the production is maybe a little bit exposed, but for the most part, Clem, yeah, he's walling up. He's walling up in the main. Very nice Sim City. And MaxPax, he goes for the Bay before the Forge. Okay, interesting. Bold move. Woodmine comes in. Gets 1 probe. At least 1. Oh! Workers, they come back. They do come back. We get the repositioning, the retargeting. Clem just being so annoying here. And just denying so much mining time. So much mining time. There's the Unborrow. Finally, it goes down. And finally, MaxPax, he can go back to mining. Clem, 5 a.m. gaming. Let's go. Of course, a shout out to both MaxPax and Clem. We did mention before that there's a group of players that play in all 3 tournaments in 24 hours. And MaxPax and Clem, they're one of them. And I believe it's very late in Europe at the moment. It's like 5 or 6 a.m. in the morning. It's very late. If you're out there, if you're watching from Europe, get some sleep. Get some sleep, Pappy. Get some sleep. You're an animal. You're an animal. But also, thank you for watching. Oh, nice denial. Very nice denial. Clem getting a CC on location. That's just too greedy. Too greedy here from Clem. He gets punished. MaxPax takes down a medevac. Does a recall back home. Nice pickups. Nice denial. But here comes the main army. And because of all the economic damage that's been dealt, you can see how it snowballs and how it really proliferates here in the mid game. As Clem, he has a massive supply lead, and that is because of the economic damage. It isn't apparent early on, but over time it adds up, and it shows just how important early game damage can be. Colossus gets caught out as well, massive stim, Colossus goes down, oof. Oh, there we go, it does go down, and MaxPax is being overwhelmed. He's just being overwhelmed here at this point. Clem, he can stim, and he can win. GG gets called, and Clem, he will take game number 1. GG. Again, a very impressive game here by Clem, and it all began with what? With the eBay block. It all began with the eBay block, and because of the eBay block, the natural expansion was exposed. Because it was exposed, and because the Hellion was distracting some of the stalkers, Clem, he was able to pop off and deal critical damage in that natural base, and it set Clem up for success. It did set him up, especially bearing in mind that it was very uncommitted there by Clem, so he was already working on that next step, which is why he was able to just snowball out of control in the mid game. Just so much damage done early on, so efficient. And with that, Clem does take a lead in the series, but it's a best of 3. Sorry, best of 5. It's a best of 5. Plenty more games ahead of us, plenty more games to come, plenty of opportunities for MaxPax to recover and to bounce back. Let's go. From you, we don't sleep till Clem and MaxPax sleep. Solidarity. Ah. You're all D-Gens together, Pappy, together. Let's go. MaxPax probably a public person? I would say no. I would say MaxPax is probably not a public person. If you have been watching StarCraft, you'll know that MaxPax, he has had plenty of interviews. He's a very timid person. There's plenty of interviews with MaxPax, like voice interviews. I would imagine that him not going to an offline event is more of like an anxiety thing, more than anything, or like just anxiety, or just being uncomfortable being in that kind of situation. So, yeah. I would say it's more of a personal choice more than anything, which is fine. We can respect it. We can respect it. There's no need to want for that. It's all good. His choice. And here we go, spawning in the top right-hand corner. Spawning in the top right-hand corner, we do have our Danish Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Terran player, himself from land of France, leading the series 1-0. It is Clem. MaxPax is young. He is young. I think he's like maybe early 20s, like around 20 years old, maybe early 20s, sort of thing. He's quite young. But yeah, he's had plenty of interviews talking about that. I think his latest interview was a couple of months ago at the end of WTL. He conducted an interview with SE Boy, referring and talking about World Team League. And I think Masters got the team at the start of the year, so that would have been like January. It's on our channel. It's on our channel. Back in my day, MaxPax Smash, BCQD, and King's Code. Yeah. Those were the days. But we are now getting into our second game. A second game, and we'll see how our players do unfold. This time there's no eBay block. This time there's no block, so MaxPax, he will get into a much more comfortable start. Again, last game was just very awkward and very uncomfortable for MaxPax, and it led into just a really awkward game state. But here he can actually settle into his own build. This time uncontested, undisturbed. Meanwhile, we do have our economic opener out of Clem going for a Rax expand into his delayed factory, into his regular setup. It is going to be a Twilight Council opener out of MaxPax, so Twilight Council into Blink. Meanwhile, Clem behind this going for a 1-1-1 setup here back at home. Nothing too crazy, nothing overly aggressive. With this, we can go into drop play. We can go into like a tech lab, into an add-on swap, into Banshee. Like Banshee play can be always quite prevalent and quite popular in TVP. So Clem has options. Clem has options based on the Widow Mine, most likely Widow Mine drop. So into Medevac, into Mine drop. Clem, he will zone away the Adept. And it's going to be on MaxPax to try to maintain this position, to chip away at the army, and maybe even get into the mineral line. Oh. The Adept does not spot the Widow Mine. Again, the shade vision is very limited. Let's try to head in. At the same time, throwing down extra gateways, going for a 3-gate setup, so 3-gate blink out of MaxPax. And Clem does move out with his double Widow Mine drop. So 2 Widow Mines. And moves out. So someone say Koreans can't beat Clem's off race. I mean, no one can. What do you mean? Like the Europeans can't either. What do you mean? At this point, I don't know how I would say that Clem's Protoss is his off race. It's his main race. What are you talking about? Ay, ay, ay. His mine shots are going off. Like right now, Clem, he's off racing as Terran. Look, he's lying to us. He's cosplaying as a Terran player. What an animal. Ay, ay, ay. One of these days, Clem is gonna like really... He's gonna come out of the closet and he's just gonna commit into pure Protoss. Right now, he's just lying to us and lying to himself. It's okay, guys. I'm still a Terran. Copian. One day he'll shed his outer shell. He'll be brave. One day. Ay, ay, ay. As MaxPax is just going to be applying some pressure, bearing in mind that he's expanding behind this. He's getting a third base. Clem does scout. He does confirm. When it comes to the main base, we have one tank in position. There's a second tank moving down to low ground. He wants that bunker, though. Up. Does want it. The boys are going to be pulled. The bunker is going to go down. But Clem, he will hold the line. Defend, he will hold. Clem, he's a Zerg main. He's been off racing this whole time, his whole life. True. It all makes sense. As behind this, interesting. So MaxPax, he has a couple of options with how he wants to follow this up, and it is more standard going to Colossus, but no, instead we have a Templar Archives into Storm. So a Storm-based follow-up instead. MaxPax, he's mixing it up. Getting into Storm. Do love to see it. Meanwhile, the Forge is going to be delayed, so delayed +1. Gateway Explosion on the way as well. Storm has begun. So early Storm here from MaxPax. And again, right now, the goal for MaxPax is just contain. Just contain the Terran player and scout any kind of push while he enjoys his third base economy. Meanwhile, Clem is waiting for his upgrades. He's waiting for Stim. Stim just finished, +1, and Combat Shields are about to finish up as well. Here comes the Massive on Siege, and Clem, he now breaks out. He's now going to push out across the map, and we'll see if Clem can slow him down. Oh! Gets a Stalker, gets one. Nice pickup. Takes down a Stalker. Behind this, Clem is expanding. Remember, this is not an all-in. He is taking a third. As Clem, he's broken free from his contain. Now, Storm is going to be done in time. Like, again, thankfully, Storm was prioritized. It's a bit of a give and take. On the one hand, Storm is really early, which is good. On the other hand, there's no +1, and there's no charge either. Like, other upgrades were delayed in favor of Storm. So these Storms, they have to count. They have to count here. So far, there's 4 High Templar. There's 3 in the Prism. Clem, he sees the army. He wants none of it. He backs off. So Clem, he's playing it very safe, very secure. Again, he was just expanding behind this. So Clem, he pulls away. And MaxPax, he will get away with this. Now, he has some catching up to do. He's, of course, working towards charge. And eventually into Forge and +1. Eventually. Oh, no, I spoke too soon. My apologies. MaxPax, he's the one that's pushing. And now it makes more sense why I kept talking about +1. I kept talking about the upgrades. And in my mind, I was a little bit confused as to why there still isn't a Forge. Like, there is no Forge. And that's because MaxPax doesn't care. He's on how many? He's on 10 gates. Yeah, 3 base all in. 3 base all in, no gases, 10 gateways, no upgrades. It's all or nothing here for MaxPax. His goal here is to break Clem. And now the early Storm makes more sense. First Storm does pop up. Zel's to get ready for a run by. Coming in from behind, another Storm. Oh, a brutal Storm here on the army. Ay, ay, ay. And Storms, they force him back. Nice spread here from Clem. Zel's coming from behind. And with all these Storms, looks like it is going to be enough. MaxPax is breaking through. The army is barely standing. Do we have another Storm? We do not. Not yet. The army's overstimmed. Boys are being pulled into the Stalkers. There's almost one Storm available. He needs a little bit more time. The High Templar, it gets no, it goes down. High Templar falls, no Storm. And Clem holds. Oh my god, one final storm towards the end. Brutal connection. Jesus. That was the final storm. But Clem holds. And MaxPax, he was all in. The reality is that he was completely all in there. That's why he committed as hard as he did. MaxPax, he cut workers at 54. That is less than 3 base saturation. MaxPax, he's getting a 4th base, but again, he's lacking tech, lacking upgrades. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Clem. That had to kill Clem, and it didn't. It didn't even kill any SCVs. He got 2 SCVs with that. Jesus. that's crazy. Now we get some nice pickoffs here. MaxPax, he can still try to make this work, but bearing in mind there's no storm. Oh, never mind. High Templar coming in. There's 4 High Templar. Storm pops up. 1 storm so far. There's 3 more High Templar left. Archon's moving in. Here comes the second wave. Yeah, the second wave from MaxPax. The SimCity, though, making things awkward. Nice choke points here from Clem. Storm does connect. There's what, like 2 storms left. MaxPax, he's pushing through. Getting into the mineral line. Another storm on the main army. SCVs, they pull away, but here come the ghosts. Here come the EMPs. The EMP on the Archons. Brutal connections. Archons, both of them go down. There's 1 storm left. There's the final storm. Needs a little bit more time for another storm. He's gathering energy. Gathering more energy. MaxPax still trying to break through. But the kiting here is solid. The CC is cancelled. GG gets called. Again, MaxPax, he was all in. He runs out of steam. And Clem, he will take a 2-0 lead. Whew. GG. Does take a 2-0 lead. I do apologize. It took me a little bit too long to piece together that it wasn't all in. We realized it was moving out, but again, like the entire time I was like, oh yeah, like now he can, you know, eventually get into a forge and +1. Then it's like, wait a minute. it's like hold on, he's not getting it at all. Oh, I see. So no gases, no upgrades, no nothing, just a pure all in 3 base all in there, or under 3 base all in there for MaxPax, and alas, barely was not enough. And now we're getting into our next game. We're getting into our next game. Getting to game 3, and I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping for an extended series, but the pressure is on MaxPax. Let's go. I think he got workers at 62, but he lost probes to auto charge right before the push. Yes, he did lose some workers to the auto charge. That is true. It's true. Here we go. So we're getting into our next game. Getting into potentially the final game of the series. Again, I'm hoping for a game 4. I'm hoping for a game 5, but it all comes down to MaxPax. Meanwhile, a big shout out to BMW Nick. Oh my god. God, happy God. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the subscription with Twitch Prime. I do appreciate the support. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft as we are in the grand finals of the PiGosaur Monday. It's been an intense tournament so far, and intense finals as well, but I'm hoping for a little bit more. I want to see some more games. I'm greedy like that, Pappy, but comes down to our Protoss. Comes down to this player here is spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Whispers of Gold. We have the Danish Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Psystorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the French Terran player, the red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. We go. So we are settling in. For those who are curious about some of the details about said all-in, as I mentioned, it was a 3 base all-in, no gases at the 3rd base. I want to say limited gases at the natural, and it was on 10 gates. It was a 10-gate all-in there with hyper prioritization on Storm, of course. It's crazy, and it looked terrifying. It looked very terrifying. It was very impressive that despite Clem took some storms to the face, he was able to spread very nicely. He was able to avoid the majority of that splash damage. I think what I'm most impressed by when it comes to the initial defense from Clem is the fact that he didn't lose any SCVs. Like that he was forced to pull the boys towards the end, but he lost 2 workers in that defense. It was crazy. He only lost 2 SCVs, and that's why Clem looked so comfortable afterwards, as the all-in just didn't do any economic damage. And we've seen this before. Once again, eBay block out of Clem, and we force the unnatural natural out of MaxPax. Oh boy. Now, my biggest concern for MaxPax is welcome one and all to Whispers of Gold. Whispers of Gold is a very small map, very short rush distance by ground. Aggression is favored on this map. So our eyes are on Clem. We'll see what kind of aggression he goes for. We'll see how hard he commits, and if he's able to break MaxPax early on. You're a great caster. Keep up the good work. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Do appreciate the kind words. Do appreciate it. Always. Now that you've subscribed, if you wish, now you have access to our emotes in the chat, and you also have access to our replay packs. So you can join our Discord server. We have Discord. We do give out replay packs to our subscribers, replays that we have permission to share, of course. So if you want to learn yourself or even cast yourself and just watch some of these replays in your own time, like replays of this broadcast, for example, then replays are available. They're available for tournaments like this, for tournaments like Little League Cup, the Kung Fu Cups, what else? Our tournaments like Sparkling Tuna Cup, the Nation Total Tussle. We don't have permission to share Korean StarCraft League, KSL, or Wardy TV Monday. So there are some tournaments we don't have permission, but others that we do. So regardless, plenty of replays. Plenty of them. Otherwise, we're settling in. Stargate opener out of MaxPax. Interesting. My apologies. Sorry, I was a little bit distracted, but a Stargate opener, not a Twilight Council for the first time this series. This is risky. This is very risky. So, Stargate openers are viable, but they're usually a little bit more viable on larger maps. Now, the reason for this is because against early game aggression, Phoenixes, they struggle. They do struggle to defend. And speaking of early game aggression, do you see what I see? I see Rex into Factory, into CC, into, more importantly, second Rax. Second Rax is on the way before Starport. We've seen this before. This should lead into a third Rax as well. This is going to be hyper aggressive here out of Clem. And something like a Phoenix opener can struggle against this. As Hellions, they dive into the mineral line. They can one-shot probes. They can and they will. Oh my god, 3 probe kills already. Getting up to 4. 4 workers go down. Clem, he pulls away. Clem, he now confirms the Phoenix play. And back at home, we are expecting a third Rax before Starport. This is all we're expecting. If you remember, I believe this is the same build that Cure went for on ley lines against Clem, if I recall correctly, right? Where Cure, he went for a committed push off of an eBay block. As the first Phoenix does fall. Yeah, it's a brutal pick-off already. First Phoenix goes down. My apologies. Okay, I assumed it was going to be a third Rax. It is not a third Rax. It is a Starport. This is a 2-1-1. Okay, a rare sight, a rare build here in TVP. For those that are curious, the 2-1-1 is 2 Raxes, one Factory, 1 Starport. This is a prominent and prevalent build against Zerg. It is a stim timing with double medevacs. You can see here, reactor into add-on swap into double medevac production. This is going to hit with 16 Marines and 2 medevacs and stim. Now, the reason why this is a rare sight in this matchup is that this heavily delays tank production. And against Blink Stalkers, you need those tanks to defend your bases, right? You see so often against Blink-based play where the Terran player turtles up, and we have tanks in the main, tanks in the natural, bunkers, and you have to defend, you have to survive. But specifically against a Phoenix opener, you don't need tanks. You don't need them, and this sim timing can hit like a truck. This build that Clem is going for is ideal against Stargate play. Just because of the lack of Blink Stalkers. Lack of Blink Stalkers, lack of charge. Charge has begun. And here comes the 2-1-1. 2-1-1 is pushing. Now MaxPax, he barely misses. He misses, no. Does miss the Metamax. He does hit the natural. Gets 1 SCV, gets a mule, gets more SCVs. I mean, this is good damage. But Clem doesn't care. He doesn't care about this damage. He's going for the kill, papi. Aye. Boost into the main. And back at home, I mean, we can always there's no energy for a recall. Does go in. Probe's going to be going down. MaxPax, he has to evacuate. He responds with his army. There's a stim. And Clem, he has a high ground. He has a high ground. He takes down the Zealots one after the other. Phoenixes, they race back home. This is already incredible damage. 8 probe kills. Getting up to 10. 10 workers go down. And he's going to be forced out. Does he get a Phoenix? He does. He gets another Phoenix as well. And he can boost away. He can boost away. He escapes. So 10 workers and a Phoenix. And the Zealots as well. This doesn't end the game, but this does cripple. And he's not done. He just rotates. He rotates over, takes out 2 more Zealots. These Zealot Warpins scream charge, so he knows. There's a charge on the way, going for another. Gets another Phoenix. Oh, God. And here comes the main army. that was merely the first phase of aggression here. That was only the 2-on-1. Now here comes the rest. The wide shots. Oh my God. Clem, calm down, papi. Calm down. It's only game 3. You got 2 more games. You know, you can just take it easy. You know. Ay, ay, ay. But he wants to go to bed. He wants to sleep, papi. Here we go. He stims in, and there's nothing here. There's just nothing to defend. He stims and he wins. Shield battery putting in a lot of work. The charge does complete, but the Zealots is just not enough. There's not enough here. It was just too much damage early on. Ooh, we force friendly fire. Okay, we force friendly fire. That Widowmine did more damage to Clem than this army did, to be honest. that was crazy. Up. Just dragging the mines. Once again, he drags them in. MaxPax, let's go. Drags in the mines. Doing whatever he can to survive. Takes down the Cyclone as well. Likewise with splash damage, and MaxPax, he holds. Whew. MaxPax, he does hold on. Thanks to Clem. Thanks to those Widowmines. Let's go. Meanwhile, back at home, oh, some SCVs did go down. There was a bit of a distraction going on. Okay, MaxPax, he's in this game. Clem, he was committed. MaxPax, look at the worker count. He's on 60 workers. That had to end the game. That had to end it, and it failed to do so. MaxPax, let's go. He's holding on. And Clem, he's running out of steam. He's running out of steam here. He still has a massive army, true. Doesn't have the best economy, though. This still might just be too much. The momentum might just be too high. As he kites back. Nice lift here on the Widowmines. Very nice lift. One Widowmine goes down. Like Clem, he's so close to breaking MaxPax. So close. MaxPax going for the Prism across the map. Let's go. Going for a counterattack. Clem, he rallies everything across the map, so he doesn't really have much at home to defend. Once again, forces the recall. Gets into the main. Pulling away. Zelts into the main base as well. Clem, I believe, doesn't quite have much at home to defend. Clem is trying to keep this going. Getting the final Phoenix. Oof. Gets a Phoenix, another warping across the map. These Zelts are wreaking havoc. They're forcing Clem all in. I mean, he was already committed. He's already committed, and there are so many Zealots here. MaxPax, he can buy more time. He's getting further ahead. Yo, and do we have a series? Do we have a backup? Do we have a game 4? Do we have it? Let's go. Yeah, he's holding. MaxPax, he's holding on. He shuts down the Marines. Oof. We'll take some losses, but that's 20 SCV kills across the map. Clem is down to 23 workers. He barely has economy. And again, he was so close to breaking MaxPax. To be honest, if it wasn't for that splash damage, if it wasn't for the friendly fire on those Widowmines, I think Clem wins 100%. He breaks this location. But alas, MaxPax, he pulls it out. Colossus has arrived, and there's no answer. GG gets called. We have a series. We have a back and forth. MaxPax, he holds, and we're going to game 4. Let's go. Whew. Oh my God. GG, well played. Very intense game, very impressive game there by Clem when it came to how much damage he was dealing, and he was just setting up to kill and to just end the game then and there. But again, MaxPax sacrificing his Zealots, sacrificing his Phoenixes to just drag the mines into Clem's army, killing as many Marines as possible, and yeah, just snowballing out of control there. Does survive, does get out of hand. Alas, the counterattacks as well on point. And suddenly, can we go the distance? Can we go to the ace match? Suddenly, MaxPax, he has momentum. He has momentum in the series. He survived. Now, to be fair, this was a more unique build. If you remember, we were excited to see, hold up, 2-1-1. Again, that's a rare sight in this matchup. So it was interesting to see Clem bring that out, which was quite successful, to be fair. But I would imagine coming into our next map, Clem might be calming things down and going back to the norm. We'll see. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the Danish Protoss player. He does fight back. He does put a point on the board. He survives the aggression of his opponent, even forced the all-in. Representing Sidestorm Gaming, it is MaxPax. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the French Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid, being forced into a Game 4, into an extended series. Can he bring it back and become our champion? It is Clem. We go. As welcome one and all to Persephone. Persephone is one of the more interesting maps in the map pool in the Team Liquid map contest. What do we have? We have a gold base. We have a gold base, not just a gold, but it is surrounded by speed zones on the right hand side. So we have an alleyway full of speed zones. We have the gold base, which we have seen taken from Protoss players. We have seen actually a lot of success here from the side of Protoss when it comes to going into a 3-gate Blink Stalker, containing the Terran, and rushing into the gold. Taking the gold base as a 3rd or as a 4th expansion, taking advantage of this, and snowballing out of control from there. Likewise, also a healing pad. True, healing pad is right next door to the gold. Short rush distance by air. We'll see how MaxPax will approach this. We'll see if he does play Blink or not. Okay. You even have Rainer's League replays. Nah. No, he's lost in the rift, Babby. He's lost in the rift. Never to be seen again. Until EWC. Is Rainer going to Star Zagora? Hold on. I think he is, right? He better be. Hold on, let's see. Yeah, he is. Okay. He's going to Star Zagora. Hopefully he gets out of the rift in time. Esther Rainer. SMH. For now, though, we're settling in. It is going to be our initial opener here. Just racks into... Oh, double gas. Racks into factory into a delayed CC here by Clem. Interesting. So a much more aggressive start. And this can go into a couple different ways. This can go Reactor Reaper Hellion. This can go into early add-on swap into Reactor Hellion into drop play. We can see, though, it is going to be early Widowmine drop, but we'll see what the follow-up is going to be. What the add-ons are looking like and what the swap, or what the production does look like afterwards. Reaper dips in. Getting a scout off. Is going to be Twilight Council open out of MaxPax, going into Blink. Widow Mines are amassing. Starport is finishing. I'll be soon going for the drop. Likewise, we'll see if Clem, because of the Reactor Marine production, he may even go for a Widowmine Marine drop, which is going to be a little bit more committed. The purpose of Marine Widowmine drops are to get damage done. Usually Widowmine drops are just for scouting, really more than anything. But if the Marines do join them, then it can be more committed. But as we can see, yeah, we do invest into a second Widowmine. Oh, okay. We do commit. So 2 Widowmines alongside a handful of Marines are moving out. 4 Marines, 2 Widowmines. They do head in towards the main. And we'll see if MaxPax can keep up. Behind this, throwing down extra gateways, going into 3-gate Blink. 3-gate Blink Stalker. Clem moving in. MaxPax is in position. And we'll see if he can zone away those Stalkers. Does get into the mineral line. Late reaction there at the MaxPax. Oh! Mine shot is going to be saved. Does preserve it. Clem, he pulls away towards the natural. Widowmine does on burrow. Widowmine drops into the mineral line, and it looks like, oh, will we focus down? 3 probe kills, not bad. Does get 3 probes. Going for the Stalkers. Hot pick up micro here to Clem. Oh my god. That saves the Marines. But the aggression does subside. And so far, solid defense here. Loses 3 probes, which is less than ideal, but does kill 2 Widowmines. So from here he expands, gets his 3rd base. Behind this Clem, he's going into his own 3-1-1 follow-up into a standard setup here. Bunker to defend, tanks are sieging up. This is a much more standard kind of what a standard Terran looks like in getting into the mid-game of TVP. I got there in a roundabout way, but we got there. So standard play here out of Clem, building up his tanks, getting into stim. MaxPax can try to punish. You can see him moving out and fanning out with those Stalkers, but he did get an expansion before the Prism. So MaxPax he's being more greedy, more economic, being less aggressive. From here, MaxPax is working towards charge. We should soon be seeing a Forge and +1. Yep, there we go. Forge and +1. So a standard follow-up here out of MaxPax. Getting into the mid-game. Now, we did speak on the gold base earlier, and right now, because MaxPax has been less aggressive, he hasn't been able to go for the gold or even think about it. Not yet. That may be a factor later on in the game. We'll keep an eye on our players. As Clem, he is contained until he finishes Stim. So Stim, it's halfway done at this point. When it finishes, then Clem can break out. Until then, contained. And MaxPax, he's free to set up his production, go for his gateway explosion. This should lead into a robotics bay into Colossus production. We've seen MaxPax deviate into Storm before, but there it is, bay for Colossus. So just a standard follow-up here into the eventual Colossi, which should be out in time to deal with Clem's push. Third CC's on the way. Clem, he's hunting for observers. There is one. It's on the right-hand side. So far, undetected. Unseen. Oh. That's Clem. He's setting up his 5 Raxes. Observer does spot this. Going further in. He already saw the third. Yeah. We'll confirm the third CC as well. And Clem breaks out. Oh. Does break out now. As Clem moves out, Prism is moving in. Hoping to catch it. Clem with his pants down. Clem doesn't really have much in his main. He does have some production on the way. Let's see how quickly he responds. Oh! Raven taking a lot of hits, taking a lot of damage. Raven barely survives. Prism into the main base. The Zealots, they wreak havoc. SCV's going to be going down. Clem, he does react. He does respond with some reinforcements. Yeah, barely any mining here in the natural as well. This is a lot of damage, getting up to 6 SCV kills. Ay. Big 687. Oh my god. Almost friendly fire. That was crazy. 8 workers fully, and Clem, he commits. It does come in across the map, going for the auto turrets, diving on the Colossus. He doesn't care back at home. He will get it. The Colossus does go down. And without the Zealots to defend, MaxPax, he's in trouble here. Clem, he's going for the kill. He's going for the throat. He wasn't all in. He has a third CC, but he was forced to commit. Going for the Robo. Robo's under fire. Very nice force fields. Tanks are a little bit too far behind. They have to move forward. Yeah, they're barely out of range. And Clem, he has to retreat. He pulls away. It was good damage, but not game ending. Clem, he got a Colossus. He took down Zealots, Stalkers. He traded with the army, but the economy is untouched. So MaxPax is still enjoying a 3-base economy. 4th base is on the way. MaxPax, he sustained some losses, but he can afford to replace it. So MaxPax is still holding his own. Getting up to a 2nd Colossus. Oh! MaxPax does run into the main army. Clem, he doesn't back off. He's going for the Cybercore. Nice pickup. Takes down a Cybercore, takes down a Gateway. MaxPax, he has to be patient. He has to be patient, has to pull back, wait for more reinforcements, more warp ins. Ideally wants to catch Clem unsieged, and Clem, he backs off. Speaking of patient play, likewise, Clem, he gets what he wanted, pulls away. He doesn't overstay his welcome. He knows if he sticks around, he most likely will be surrounded. So Clem, he gets the hell out of there. Likewise, Prism forced to recall, but does survive. Well, Clem getting a 4th CC. Ghost Academy's on the way. For the first time this series, we're getting into the mid-game. It only just hit me, but so far this series, Game 1, Game 2, Game 3, they've been very fast. Really fast games, really intense and very, very aggressive, might I add. But we haven't really embraced like a back and forth mid-game between our players until now. We're getting there. And this is where MaxPax is more comfortable. He's a lot more comfortable here. As the Prism does survive. As able to embrace a longer game state. Nope. Actually done catching some of those Widow Mines. Both players are building up. MaxPax moving in with his army. Clem has very limited vision here as to what's going on. Let's be careful. Does catch the observer. We've seen this before. Dark Shrine on the way from MaxPax. He's very fond of his DTs in every matchup, actually. Very fond of mid-game DT harass. And despite Terran having scans, it may not matter. DTs, they can still wreak havoc. Oh, nice catch. Once again, very nice force fields. Oh, but the first Colossus goes down. Vikings, they punish. Meanwhile, as Clem is distracted, Zelramite does hit the fourth. Prism into the main. Does slip in. Vikings in position. No, the Vikings. Otherwise distracted, the warp in will complete. Zealots, they bust into the main base. Marsui's gonna be falling. Clem, he is distracted. Prism somehow survives. This is delaying Clem. MaxPax moving in. Pushing towards the expansion. Tanks are supported. Oh, that's going to be 16. 16 SCVs going down. Zealots are wreaking havoc. They're pulling Clem apart, and Clem, he is being torn apart here by those Charge Lords. And MaxPax, he's done it. He has done it. He has broken Clem. GG gets called, gets on top of the tanks, and MaxPax ties up the series 2-2. We are going to the ace match. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Again, this is the first game where MaxPax was able to get comfortable and get into the mid game. If you recall, he was in a little bit of trouble earlier when it came to Clem's push, but remember, Clem's push only traded with the army. He did not touch the third base economy or the fourth base either. The bases for MaxPax were very, very secure. They were left alone, left untouched, so MaxPax, he had a very comfortable economy, and with that was able to tear Clem apart, again with the non-stop Zealot drops and Zealot run-bys. That's one of the big things that can be an issue to deal with in the mid-game, especially if you're unable to keep up with the Prism. With that, GG, well played. We are getting into our next game. Getting into the ace match. Whew. And what map are we loading into? Ooh, this is going to be an odd one. I'll be honest, I don't think I've actually casted MaxPax and Clem on Talisman before. This is one of the more unorthodox maps in the map pool. This is one of the more unusual maps. I don't know where this takes us. I don't know who to favor. I might lean towards Clem because I think aggression is favored here, but we'll see. We'll see. If you haven't seen Talisman before, you're about to. This is not a ladder map. It's not a ladder map. It's not even a TLMC map. It is a uniquely like PiGosaur Monday map. Let's go. It might be featured on the Monday Night Weeklies, maybe. I think? Maybe? Maybe. For now though, here we go, spawning in the top right-hand corner of Talisman. We have the Danish Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming. Tying up the series, bringing us to the ace match after being down 2-0. Can he pull off the reverse sweep? It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the French Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid, being forced into the ace match. He was up, he was so close, but alas, so close yet so far. Can he bring it back? It is Clem. And welcome one and all to Talisman. Again, Talisman is one of the more unusual maps in the map pool. What do we have? We have a natural base that is pretty secure, as there's a ramp coming into the natural, so that's a rare sight, so a very secure natural base. But we also have an alternative natural as well on the right-hand side. We have a hybrid base. We have a second ramp, and we have a hybrid base available here. And how do you gain access to this base? With this small mineral alleyway on the right-hand side. Clem can just move down it, but it looks like he's mining through the patches instead. Interesting. But this alleyway does allow workers to move down, and they can just expand on location. They can also use it to scout the opposing base as well. True. So MaxPax does poke in. As you can see here, MaxPax can use that alleyway to get out. For now though, staying in the main. Double gas opener, faster factory out of Clem. And you can see MaxPax trying to get a read on what's happening. Yep, confirms the factory, and he does evacuate. So MaxPax, he gets out, does slip away. Meanwhile, MaxPax back at home, going for a standard opener himself, just going for a gate into Cybercore into Nexus. Now, when it comes to this hybrid location and this hybrid base, clearly Clem plans on opening this area up and potentially taking this as a third, but you also have this forward hybrid base as well. So because of this, you can expand towards your opponent. You can take this base as your natural and this base as your third base, and then suddenly you have an outpost in the center of the map, and suddenly if MaxPax takes this expansion, then we're just touching tips already, and you can just be hyper aggressive, you can just rally across the map. It can be very difficult to keep up, especially with the added boosted economy. Things can get intense real fast and real quick. Meanwhile, Twilight Council opener out of MaxPax, and Clem with this CC location looks like he does want the hybrid base. So Clem is walling up here on the left hand side. Oh, going Reactor Reaper Hellion for the first time this series. Okay. And I believe, not quite lined up, but okay. I was going to say that the minerals would open up, but not quite. Meanwhile, MaxPax is somewhat in the dark. He does move out with his Adept. Trying to figure out what's happening. Here we go. He does move out. Imagine saying MaxPax. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Then does move in. Does move in, dancing with the army, getting 1, getting 2, getting up to 3 pro kills. Very nice damage so far. Can I get even more than that? Barely not. Nice control here. MaxPax does pull away. Likewise, they get a full scat. 1 Reaper falls. And Clem is not done. Gets into the natural, back into the main. Unfortunately, no workers to kill. The main base is just evacuated at this point. It's barren. But does rescout, and here Clem is going to be locked down. It's going to be shut down. Gets 1 more probe. That's 4 probe kills in total for 2 Reapers. Well worth it here for Clem. Behind this will now expand and is building up into his own 3-1-1 setup so far. Standard setup here: tank production, Raven, bio play as well. But remember, he will have a boosted economy because of those gold minerals. So Clem, he will have that advantage over his opponent. Thankfully, no high-yield gas geysers. That would be insane. But boosted mineral income nonetheless. MaxPax moving out. He's going to blink in a couple of seconds. And we'll see how Clem is set up, as there might be an opening in the main. Oh, shout out to Neat Pete in the chat. Cheers, Light. Thanks for casting. Solid game going on here. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yes, the games have been solid. Always, always. I mean, this was almost a 3-0. Like, let's be real. Like, that game on Whistles of Gold was crazy. But Stalkers, they get into the mineral line. SC's going to be going down. And Clem out of position. Tank does move in. Going for the Stalkers. Oof, yeah, as one of the Stalkers gets left behind. Oh, no! Stalker goes down. Nice big off there from Clem. Behind this, charge on the way. Hellion dives into the mineral line. Doesn't get much done, but does scouts. We do see MaxPax with a 3-gate setup and should be taking a third. And we spoke about this. MaxPax does expand on the right-hand side, and Clem can expand towards MaxPax. Towards that third. Just maintain that momentum. Until then, though, MaxPax still warping in. Getting a depot. Again, like, the terrain here makes it so awkward for Clem to defend. Depot is going to get picked up. So, because they move it on the right. Move in. Tank repositions. MaxPax, he, at this point, shouldn't find a way in. We do have a brutal tank line here. But it doesn't need to. Now, something that I did notice here is, okay, it does have a Forge. Forge +1, Gateway Explosion. MaxPax getting into the mid-game. So far, so good. So MaxPax, he's going to be punished. He's going to be forced back. Stalker goes down. But he wants that high-yield depot. He wants it. Oh! Boys are being pulled to repair. Clem, he does stim out. Okay, stims, he will catch a stalker. And Clem holds. Oh, Clem, he holds on, he saves the depot. Third TC is on the way. From here, again, Clem, he can expand either towards MaxPax or he can take this more safer expansion. We'll see where he goes. MaxPax, he rotates. Does rotate, picks up a couple of Marines. Charge Out's getting ready. I mean, hey, we saw what happened in the last game with those Charge Out run-bys, with those counterattacks. Uh-oh. Clem, bit of a misrally. Does spot the Zealot. And doesn't lose the tank, thankfully, but he should have seen what's coming his way. Clem, he does break out, so expanding with his army as he moves out, so drop comes in, and there's not much to defend back at home. There's not much here. It's a lock-on. Reinforcements, they arrive. Boys are being pulled. Both players fighting 2 locations at once, getting 5 SCV kills, nice damage. Now, unlike the previous game, because of the gold minerals, Clem, he can afford some of these losses. Like, it isn't as brutal as it was last game. Oof. Clem does siege up here on the high ground. He is secure, and again, we're like sharing screens here basically from one base to the other. Oh, well, we have once again that rally is really hurting Clem. Does get into the main, forces a recall. Colossi building up, and it's still quite tense between the players. Still very tense. Now, when it comes to the move outs, at least there is no... I was going to say there's no high ground that can really threaten this area. But I don't know if MaxPax can ever really push up this ramp. It's going to be difficult. Not impossible, but difficult to do so. Sell the wrong man on the right. Drop on the left. And the drop does come back in. The Prism is getting caught out though. Yeah, massive lock on. Viking pops off, Prism goes down. And here comes MaxPax pushing up the ramp, trying to get a better angle, gets one tank, comes in from behind, going for the other tank as well. But the boys are being pulled, tanks do survive. And Clem, can he hold on though? Still just a really awkward defense here, gets surrounded. And MaxPax, oh, he does break the tank line, pushing in, reinforcements have arrived, Colossus go down. Still a very close fight, 13 SCV kills. Supplies are plummeting. Yeah, they're plummeting for both players. Marines, they get caught out in the open. Clem maintains those Vikings. MaxPax expanding on the right hand side. Once again setting up another runway on the right as well. Yeah, no SimCity here, no wall. MaxPax, he just has direct access to the natural. He wants a tank. Oh, can he get it? Not quite. Whew. And Clem is just getting distracted, getting pulled apart. Again, without SimCity walling these areas off, it's just so awkward to defend. As also go back in, catching more reinforcements. Clem, he commits. And he should take down the Colossus. And Colossus goes down. So does the tank. MaxPax, he breaks through, gets into the mineral line. Tries to at least. Yes, else they get a kill. They get a kill, another cancel. Massive pickoff. And Clem, he can't keep up. He just cannot keep up here. More Vikings falling as well. Dark Shrine is on the way. And zoning is to put it back. The Viking out was reset. Yeah, without Vikings, the Colossus reign supreme. The Zelta are finally cleaned up. Clem, you can just focus on the main fight. So one Viking. Let's go. That does catch a couple of Zealots at least. Nice EMP. Nice EMP on the main army. Clem pushing in. Remember those gold minerals? Hey, they're paying off. DTs are waddling across the map. Does Clem notice? Does he see the shimmer? Yeah, he does. Does spot the shimmer. DTs are heading into the mineral line. There's no turrets. Clem has to get the hell out of here. He does defend. Oh, he wastes the scan. Just no DPS. Likewise, DT knocking down that front door. It'd just be so difficult to deal with those Arch-Templar in the midst of all this aggression. As DT busts into the main. Turret's going to be falling. Boys are being pulled. Just a really shaky defense here from Clem. As more SCVs are going down. Likewise, bleeding out a lot of Marines here to the Colossus. It's very intense back and forth. MaxPax's own economy has been untouched, going for more run-bys. Once again. Again, this is getting out of hand. Now getting into 3 Colossi. Nice EMP. But alas, only has 5 Vikings. They're still reinforcing. They're still coming in. MaxPax tempted to dive. Very tempted. Doesn't quite go for it. There we go. Colossus goes down. Leaves out 1. Lose 1 so far, but another has arrived. Another has arrived. Zealots are going to be overwhelming. So many charge lots. But there are, what, 4 or 5 ghosts with the main army. There's a lot of EMPs. A lot of EMPs available. And we haven't seen a run-by in quite some time. Yeah, no more run-bys, no more DT counterattacks. MaxPax has been focusing on the main fight. And he'll lose both Colossi. Yeah, they should both go down. Oh, never mind. They barely survive. Oh, spoke too soon. Yeah, they're going to be falling. Zelda coming from behind, but last MaxPax, he's going to be overrun. He's going to be overwhelmed here. Clem kites well. The minefield! Oh my god, brutal connections. MaxPax, he wanders into the minefield. He does face check. Takes it to the face. Has to get out of here. For the first time in a long time, Clem, he's done defending. He defends, he survives, he breaks out. He needs more bases though. He's running out of minerals. Running out of mineral patches, but impressive. Like, this has been such a chaotic game here for Clem. Losing SCV after SCV, just being distracted so often by DTs and Zealots. I thought it was going to be broken, but no, that is not the case. And now it's time for Clem to counterattack. He's going for the expansion. Shuts down the Zealot run-by. Scan, sees that there's no army coming in. Base goes down, denies the warp in, denies the recall. MaxPax will lose almost everything here. Oh, the prisoner! Get out of here! Zealots, they come in. They get dragged into the minefield. They do get one of the ghosts. They do get one of the ghosts, thankfully, but it looks like Clem has done it. Clem, he has done it. He breaks the expansion, takes down to 11 workers. MaxPax doesn't have that boosted economy that Clem did. Oh. With these reinforcements, though. The Colossus putting in a lot of work. There's no Vikings. No Vikings for Clem. Leading out more units, but just through sheer force, he doesn't. Yeah, he does have too much. GG gets called. MaxPax, he runs out of steam. He runs out of an economy, and Clem will take the series 3-2, becoming this week's PiGosaur Monday champion. GG. GG, well played, Clem. He will claim the series. Very intense game, very intense back and forth. Again, this was almost a 3-0. Like, it was almost a 3-0 then and there. It was a very impressive hold out of MaxPax. He just went Super Saiyan. He did everything he could to survive on Whispers of Gold, and he barely made it out. With that, he began his own comeback. And even here, in the final game on Talisman, we saw how difficult it was for Clem to deal with those run-bys. Time and time again, Zealot run-bys, Zealot drops, Zealot warp-ins, DT counterattacks as well. They were doing so much damage, distracting fighting Clem time and time again, but he weathered the storm. He weathered the storm. At a certain point, MaxPax stopped going for run-bys. At a certain point, MaxPax, instead, he was reinforcing his army. Instead, he was warping in to reinforce that main army. MaxPax, he was trying to go for the kill, but he failed to do so. Because of that, the run-bys fell by the wayside. Clem recovered economically. He got a 4th base up and running, and Clem snowballed out of control instead. GG. GG, well played. Whew, oh my god. Just a very intense final game there, but in the end, Clem, he will be our champion. Shout out to MaxPax for making it to the finals and for making a finals out of this as well. Again, there's a world out there where it would have been a 3-0. It would have been a little bit more of a lackluster finals, but we got what we wanted. We got it back and forth. We got our mid game, our late game, or mid to late game even. Very fun back and forth here between Clem and MaxPax. GG. GG, well played. Oh. Third match between them in the last 20 hours. When do they save? They don't sleep, Pappy. They don't sleep. Again, players like herO, ByuN, Cure, MaxPax, Clem, Nickeract, Geralt. There's like a key number of like around 8 or so players that regularly stay up and play in all 3 tournaments. They're animals, Pappy. They're animals. They're crazy. So much love to them, of course, but the passion is real. The passion is real. So much love to all the competitors, of course, and to Clem for becoming our champion. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations. With that, we're going to be wrapping up here for the morning, but only for the morning because we are live every single day, multiple times a day. We are live more than any other channel out there in StarCraft, and we can catch up on our weekly schedule. Bam! There we go. So we just wrapped up with the PiGosaur Monday here Tuesday morning. So we just wrapped up with our Tuesday morning broadcast, and later on this evening we are live with the Rex April Madness. The best players in the world, they're facing off in our monthly tournament. Shout out to Rex. Rex, he is the Taiwanese Zerg player. He did make the Rex March Madness last month, and now is hosting another event this month as well. So the April Madness continues. It started last week with Group A and Group B. This week we have Group C and Group D, and next week is going to be the playoffs. Rex April, who's playing today? Rex April Madness. Tonight we are going to be featuring Dark, Cure, Zaun, and Bunny. Oh my god. So 1 Zerg, 2 Terrans, and 1 Protoss. So Dark, Cure, Zaun, and Bunny, they're going to be facing off in tonight's group. That's going to be in 7 hours. In 7 hours time, we're going to be live with some more StarCraft. Likewise, tomorrow we're going to be live with the Code for Giants Cup in the morning. So we have Code for Giants Cup in the morning, we have the Podcast in the evening, we have a Little League Cup on Thursday morning, and on Friday morning we have the Rex April Madness Group D Thursday evening. That is going to be MaxPax, ByuN, Rogue, and Ryung. So that's going to be 2 Terrans, 1 Zerg, 1 Protoss in Group D. That's going to be in 2 days time. We have the KSL over the weekend, we have MSO, we have FireGrow Cup, and more FireGrow Cup, and more content, and more StarCraft, and all of that's all the content. So again, if you enjoyed our casting, if you enjoy StarCraft, then do consider following. Again, we are live twice a day, every single day. This week we do have half a day off. We have half a day off on Friday, and that's just a day of streaming. We're gonna just stream on our personal channel, just ladder stream from some Final Fantasy, just decompressing a little bit. So we get half a day off, Pappy. Let's go. As again, we are live all the time here on the channel, and if you see something that you like here, and I can't ask of you to watch everything, because again, we're live very often here, and depending on where you are in the world, it can be very difficult to watch everything. There's a lot going on in StarCraft. There's even more going on. We mention this all the time, but we cast so much and we're live so often that we have to turn down events. Like, there's more content that we could be covering, but you know, we have to sleep at some point. We have to sleep. And I have tried to limit myself. Like, technically, we have had days and we have had weeks and months where we cast like 3 times a day every day, but I do want to slow down and limit myself to like 2 a day. Like 2 a day, I'm content keeping it at that. If we wanted to, we could keep going, but nah, we'll calm down. But again, if you want to see something here live, and if you can't because there's a lot going on, YouTube, check out our YouTube channel, !socials in the chat, and you will get a link to our social medias: YouTube, Discord, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, TikTok, Kick, all things CranKy Ducklings. We're live all over the place. And YouTube is the place to be for VOD content. Again, Twitch is discontinuing its support for VODs, so if you want some VODs, it's all going to be on YouTube instead. I mean, it always was, but before it used to be on both, now mainly exclusively YouTube. That's where all the VODs are. It's catching up. Catching up in the chat. Light is as degen as MaxPax and Clem. True, true. Aye. I mean, what I will say is that I'm looking forward to May. I'm pretty sure coming into May, we should have a bit of a leaner broadcasting schedule. It's just been really intense recently, but it should be opening up a little bit, and I look forward to it. Like I wanna touch some grass. I wanna go outside. I wanna take a little bit of a break and, you know, do other things outside of just casting, eating, and sleeping. But for now, that's our life. That's what that's all we do. That's all you do. If you want to support us here, you can do so. Last game, yes, we just crowned our champion. If you do want our but if you want to support us in another way, you can do so via Patreon, !Patreon in the chat, and you'll get a link to our Patreon. Of course, our Patreon does fund our tournaments. It funds our weeklies and monthlies. Bam, you can actually see it here and now. We have Sea Duckling Open, Sparkling Tunic Up, and Masters 1 Open as well. These are regular monthly and weekly tournaments that are all funded via Patreon, and 100% of the money goes towards the players. So thank you so much to all of our patrons. Thank you so much for all the support. We do appreciate it. It's thanks to you that we're able to grow these tournaments and help pay out our players even greater amounts and greater heights. So thank you so much. Our next goal is at 500 USD a month. That is to boost the prize pool even further for Sparkling Tunic Cup. So if you wish, you can support us on Patreon. I believe the goal after this one will be to actually pay out our admins and casters, to actually give something to the people that work behind the scenes, whether it's myself, whether it's Kuro, whether it's other like guest casters or admins that we do use. So yes, that'll be after this goal. We're getting there. Eventually. So thank you so much to all the support on Patreon. Otherwise we're wrapping up. Again, you can support us by like donations or subscriptions, or even just watching, even just following is all that we ask. Again, our next broadcast is going to be in 7 hours. In 7 hours time, we're going to be casting the April Madness. We're going to be casting Dark, Cure, Zaun, and Bunny. We get some all-star Korean action tonight in 7 hours. Otherwise, tomorrow, Code for Giants Cup, that's going to be in less than 24 hours. That is a Brazilian tournament. If you want some Brazilian StarCraft, we got you covered there as well. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We do appreciate it. For now, we're going to be heading off. I got some VODs to edit. I got to edit a lot of VODs. Gonna get some breakfast, gonna get some food, and maybe get a bit of a nap before the cast. That's the plan. That is the plan. Otherwise, thanks for watching. We'll see you guys next time. Stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. We'll find someone to send everyone over to, so give them some love, give them some support. We'll find someone to raid. Otherwise, thank you for watching. We'll see you guys next time. Whether it's tomorrow, whether it's tonight, whether it's tomorrow, we'll see you guys next time. Until then, ciao, papi, ciao. See you next time. Hasta luego.